information. There was a gentleman who used to work with the organization that I now work with. He has since passed. He was the gardener. And when I used to see him, I never greeted him any differently than I would any other person, because he was important. Sometimes, in the absence of security personnel, he would have been the first point of contact for the organization. And so every individual in an organization, no matter the task that they are undertaking, is important. That's why we're here. We're here to understand how it is that we pull everyone together and help them to understand how critical they are to the organization. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to acknowledge Mr. Audley Vaughan. And if you don't know who Audley Vaughan is, just think JAXA. Put your hands together for him. He's one of the founding members. And so, ladies and gentlemen, since we're off to a late start, I'm cutting what I normally would have said because we have to get into the meat of the matter. There's a lot for us to get through over the 2 days. And believe you me, as packed as it is, you are going to enjoy it so much you would want more. I guarantee. It's a guarantee. I'm guaranteeing that. You know, when they have ads and they guarantee, I'm guaranteeing that you're going to have a fantastic time, that at the end of this conference, you're going to be left wanting more. And so, ladies and gentlemen, you know that in Jamaica, we don't start anything without prayer. And by the way, let me just comment on the fact that the gentleman did such an outstanding job in dancing. My daughter used to dance with Praise Academy. Put your hands together for Praise Academy. And now I invite Archbishop Kenneth Richards to come with the invocation. Put your hands together for him. Clap the man of God.
Thank you, Althea. Good morning, Minister, and Ilse, and all the organizers of this morning's activity. And there are two scripture passages that I'd like to make reference to because I think they are fundamental to what you're about this week. One, that indeed you are stewards of God's creation and of the resources, and that indeed that God is indeed the master of all things. And so all that we do, we hold in tribute to him and relationship to his own plans. And so the first one is from Genesis chapter 1, verse 29 and 30 to 31. God said, "Look, to you I give all the seed-bearing plants everywhere on the surface of the earth, and all the trees with seed-bearing fruit. This will be your food. And to all the wild animals, all the birds of heaven, and all the living creatures that creep along the ground, I give all the foliage of the plants as their food." And so it was. God saw all he had made, and indeed it was very good. Evening came and morning came, the sixth day. And the other passage is from Psalm 24, verses 1 to 6. "The Lord's is the earth and its fullness, the world and all its peoples. It is he who sets it on the seas, on the waters he made it firm. Who shall climb the mountain of the Lord? Who shall stand in his holy place? The man with clean hands and pure heart, who desires not worthless things, who has not sworn so as to deceive his neighbor. He shall receive blessings from the Lord and reward from the God who saves him. Such are the men who seek him, seek the face of the God of Jacob." Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, transformation and collaboration are indispensable for the dynamic experience of organizational development. As various organizations gather these days dedicated to organizational development, transformation, send forth your Holy Spirit to stimulate thoughts that will facilitate and inspire inspirational thinking and concepts that can encourage transformation and advancement in organizational development. Lord, inspire the wisdom and humility necessary to pursue and accept where change is needed, and the boldness and courage to take steps outside comfort zones. May the efforts explored these days become a platform to foster and strengthen collaboration, innovation, understanding, and commitment. Grant the capacity to communicate effectively and a willingness for intentional listening so that linkages and trust can be established among business colleagues. May there be a renewed commitment to genuine collaboration, a sharpening of vision, and a commitment to mission that will reflect the fulfillment of responsibility entrusted to those in business organization development to be stewards of the created order for the welfare of humanity and the right use of natural resources for the advancement of civilization, and that good business ethics will be fostered according to your will and purpose. Lord, we ask you to bless the Minister of Labor and those in the ministry responsible for such your glory and honor, and for the advancement and development of Jamaica. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. And I'd like to end with a song that everybody should know. And I won't sing all of it, but I invite you to participate. All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small. We'll sing one or two verses. 1, 2. All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small, all things wise and wonderful, the Lord God made them all. He gave us eyes to see them and lips that we may tell how great is God Almighty, who has made all things well, all things wise and beautiful, all creatures great and small, all things wise and wonderful, the Lord God made them all. God bless you all and the activities of these days.
Thank you so very much, Archbishop, for taking us back many, many years. Let me see the hands of those who know that hymn. Wonderful. But many of you have not had a chance to sing it since you were children, right? That is one of the hymns that we used to sing in the school system when I was in primary school. So that brought back such wonderful memories. And I actually know it. Yes. We don't teach these things to children anymore now. I think we're staying too far from some of these traditions. Perhaps we need to step back. I see my choir singing partner has joined us. Good morning, Camille. We got work to do later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is how we have fun when we come to a conference of this nature. So it's not just about learning in terms of how we do formally, but we have to interact and engage with each other. And along the way, I will give away some stuff too. Now, I don't have anything of my own to give away, but trust me when I tell you that I am going to ferret it out from wherever it is that it can be found. And I know that some of my presenters already have gifts. Who wants to get a gift today? All right, if you don't want it, it's fine, you know. It's free. Gift. All right. I remember you. Put up your hands again. Oh, more hands going up. No, that's fun. All right, so we're going to have fun today. Oh, yes, you're going to have to do a lot of adjusting. I'm vertically challenged. It's laughing at me. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we've come to learn, but we've also come to engage with each other, and we've come to have fun. But we must, first of all, before we have all of that fun and before we learn, invite to address us Mrs. Ilse DuVernay, and she is going to come with her welcome and acknowledgement of conference delegates and specially invited guests. This is a woman that is very special to me. What I am doing here today and what I've been able to do on other platforms is because somebody saw something in me. She said she was listening to me on the radio and she said, you know, that young lady sounds as if she could do some hosting. And she approached me. And this very conference is the first hosting job that I ever had in this kind of a setting. And she has never looked back. She has always invited me to conference, whether I'm doing this or I'm just going to be sitting in the audience. So I'm standing on the shoulders of Ilse DuVernay. Please put your hands together for her.
Wow. We've made it. 2025, we're here. All right, good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister Costas. And we have with us also our Archbishop. Oh, Kenneth did that, right? Thank you so much, Archbishop. Our overseas guests and friends, partners, collaborative partners, our invited guests and friends all. Thanks for being here. They didn't ask me to thank, but they said, give greetings. And I need Althea back up here because I don't know where we get this thing from to start with song and end with song. But Althea is one of our greatest songbirds in Jamaica. And I think we need to, since I've been off the island a bit.
Come, Camille, come.
She also harnesses songbirds at the conference.
It's a songbird factory.
But it's a simple one that we're going to be singing this morning. And as I said, it's because I am not here sometimes and I'm here sometimes. So this long time girl me never see.
Come, Camille, because it's true. You ready?
True. There she. Okay, so this is the greeting, folks. Join in if you will.
This long time, gal, me never see you. Come make me hold your hand. This long time, gal, me never see you. Come make me hold your hand. Peel it, John Cross, sit down for treat up, pick off the blossom. Make me hold your hand, gal. Make me hold your hand. This long time, gal, me never see you. Come make we walk and talk. This long time, girl, me never see you. Come make we walk and talk. Peel hedge and cross, sit down for treat up, pick off the blossom. Make we walk and talk, girl. Make we walk and talk. You want wheel and turn too? This long time, girl, me never see you. Come make we wheel and turn. This long time, girl, me never see you. Come make we wheel and turn till we tumble down. Make me hold your hand, girl. Make we wheel and turn till we tumble down. Make me hold your hand, girl. Make me hold your hand.
Lovely. But then, how do we expand our horizons? How do we do that, folks? And I think some of us were in here, seated very early this morning. May I invite you to rise? We're at that season where we don't remain dormant and we're not dead, right? We resurrect and we move into the Easter season. May I invite you to please stand, extend your hand, expand your horizon, and meet and greet somebody you never met before. Come on, folks, it's your time. It's a greeting. So, Althea, this long time, girl, we never see you. Come make we
Hold your hand. This long time, girl, me never see you. Come make me hold your hand. Peel hedge and cross, sit down for treat up, pick off the blossom. Make me hold your hand, girl. Make me hold your hand. This long time, girl, me never see you. Come make we walk and talk. This long time, girl, me never see you. Come make we walk and talk. Peel head, junk, cross, sit down on tree top, pick off the blossom. Make we walk and talk, girl.
Make me hold your hand. Okay, there we have it. Expand your horizon. Whatever. Okay, folks, this is it. That's the greeting. That's the greeting. So, okay, folks, we're here. We're settling down. Settle down. Cease and settle. Cease and settle, everybody. Cease and settle. Okay, come again now, folks. I'm here to give the greeting this morning. And know that we can't stop extending our hand and expanding our horizons. Today is about AI, artificial intelligence, and emotional intelligence, right? So I greet you well. I bring greetings for this second organization, OD Transformation Week, declared last year by our Governor General in 2024. So we have OD Transformation Week, and we do have the Transformation Unit in 3 tables out there. So welcome to you, and a hearty Jamaican welcome to all to our 5th OD Transformation Conference. You know, last year we focused on using OD as leverage in an era of AI, but it couldn't stop there, which actually has now, it took us beyond tomorrow, which was last year's theme. And this year, we're urged to expand our horizons and to create synergies through the awesome lens of emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence. And it is because of this, the question we raise from this is, how do we integrate man and machine? And that's what this conference is about. So in this rapidly evolving digital world, the fusion of artificial intelligence, AI, and emotional intelligence, EI, is expanding the boundaries of what is possible. While AI brings speed, accuracy, and data-driven insights, emotional intelligence adds the human depth, empathy, self-awareness, and connections. Together, they create a powerful synergy. So imagine AI tools that are not only analyze customer. Okay, that's the AI tool, right? It not only, where am I now? We didn't expect that one, but AI does that to you, right? But think of these tools that not only analyze customer behavior, but also will understand emotions, enabling personalized and compassionate interactions. Or imagine leaders who use AI-driven insights to enhance team effectiveness and team morale and well-being. So imagining how humans and machines can collaborate more meaningfully. To truly expand your horizon, I urge you to embrace both the logic of AI and the wisdom of EI. The future belongs to those of us who can combine intelligence with empathy, algorithms with heart. It's time to lead with both mind and soul. Jamaica, as we advance towards the future of our island, a place of choice to live, to work, and to do business at the speed of thought, as Gates says, let us indeed, in the saying of Franklin D. Roosevelt, we have always held to the hope, to the belief, to the conviction that there is a better life out there, a better world out there beyond the horizon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Ms. Althea.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is just a little bit of Ilse de Verney, and just from that you can get, yes, you can get why I love her so much. Put your hands together once again for her. Yesterday, Lance Nita had a piece in the paper. It was entitled, "If you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there." That actually is from Alice in Wonderland, and it was the Cheshire Cat's conversation with Alice in Wonderland. Now in Jamaica, we'd say Cheshire Puss, right? Yes. And while the exact wording in the book is slightly different, the core message remains the same, emphasizing the need for a destination to make the journey meaningful. You must know where you're going. Because if you know where you're going, or you have decided to go somewhere, you are going to set out a path to get there. And you're not just going to take any old road. So we're giving you pathways today to get to where your organization needs to go. So that is what this is all about. We're going to have fun, but it's about serious work as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to invite to address us now Mr. Ian Williams, president of CODN. He is full of energy. You ready for him? Put your hands together for him.
So, only Lady Ilse gets a hug, Althea?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, now that is settled. Master of Ceremonies, the Honorable Minister Custos, Archbishop, keynote speakers, special guests, and conference attendees, good morning. The Caribbean Organization Development Network has been in existence for the past 12 years under the visionary leadership of our trailblazer, CEO, and founder, Mrs. Ilse H. de Verney. Born out of a desire to bring together like-minded organization development professionals, CODN was established to foster continuous growth, capacity building, and knowledge sharing within the field. Through dynamic platforms such as powwow sessions, webinars, seminars, and OD cafes, we have cultivated a vibrant community committed to excellence. Today, CODN boasts a membership of over 100 registered professionals, many of whom are certified OD practitioners, thanks to our valued partnership with Caribbean Center for Organization Development Excellence, CARICODE, and the University of Technology, UTech. Our mission aligns with the broader goal of nation building
as we strive to enhance the knowledge, competencies, and capabilities of our members. We are dedicated to developing skilled process consultants who are adept in lean thinking, master facilitation, change management, and a wide array of OD tools, methodologies, and emerging trends. Our collaboration with CARICODE in staging this impactful conference stands as a powerful affirmation of CODN's commitment to Jamaica's macro vision to become the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. We encourage you to fully engage over the next 2 days. Absorb the knowledge, connect with your peers, and allow this experience to ignite new ideas and possibilities. Enjoy, ingest, and digest every moment of what promises to be an enriching journey. Enough love. Big up on yourself. Enjoy the conference. Thank you very much.
All I have to say to that is don't let Ian fool you here. He sounds very quiet now, but catch him later. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ian Williams, President of CODN. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I invite to address us the Honorable Stedman Fuller, Custos Rotalorum for Kingston. Put your hands together for him.
Honorable Minister of Labor, Mr. Pernell Charles, Founder, Mrs. Ilsa DeVerney, Archbishop Kenneth Thompson, Kenneth Richard. I should never, ever miss that name because we work so very closely together. Other organizers of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning to you all. It's indeed a distinct pleasure to be here at the 2025 Organizations Development Transformation Conference, organized by CARICODE and CODN. I want to thank you for inviting me to share a few thoughts on creating synergies through the awesome lens of emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence. And my very good friend, Bernetta Locke, got under me and made sure that I am here today. She insists that I must be here today. And what a pleasure it has been. It's an eye-opener. Now, given that I'm well past 70, some of you may not think that, but I am. You might expect me to be stern, serious, and slightly overwhelmed by all these fancy technologies. But let's take a moment to imagine ourselves 30 years into the future, say 2055. By then, I would have traded my reading glasses for some sleek VR headgear, and I'll probably be bossed around by an AI named Nifty, my not so subtle upgrade from Siri. But let's dial this back a bit. In 1995, back when my company was just turning 21, we published a piece in our anniversary magazine predicting that e-books would never catch on because nobody would want to haul a heavy laptop just to read a novel. And yet, here we are in 2025, reading on tablets that weigh less than a banana and storing entire libraries in our pockets. If there's one thing that's remained constant, it's human curiosity. And the fact that predictions are almost always delightfully off. That's good news, because it means our world is continuously shaped not just by logic, but by our boundless creativity and our willingness to dream up new possibilities. So what about our future with emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence? From my vantage point, I see them as two halves on a brilliant coin. AI can churn data, make calculations, and find solutions at record speed. Yet without emotional intelligence, our ability to emphasize, connect, and creatively solve problems with a very human flair, those AI-driven solutions might lack the heart and nuance that truly propels transformation. So in 2055, I like to picture an office where our personal AI assistant greets us every morning with not just a schedule, but a gentle reminder to practice gratitude. Or maybe a nudge to grab a cup of coffee if our stress indicators are high. And how wonderful it would be if we could have AI to control the traffic on the road. We just tell you when to move or when to stop when somebody feels bad. Imagine AI algorithm that spot team members' emotional states and discreetly suggests quick brainstorm sessions or breaks, seemingly weaving empathy into our daily work. Meanwhile, leaders here, all of us really, will still need to nurture our emotional intelligence to make sense of data in a way only humans can. In the best of worlds, AI will handle the heavy lifting and we'll handle the heart. So let's embrace what lies ahead. The synergy of EI and AI promises a future that's more efficient, more empathetic, and ultimately more human-centered. We may not exactly know what 2055 will look like. If my track record with ebook is anything to go by, I'm probably wrong about half of these predictions. But if we keep learning, stay curious, and remain open to discovery, we'll be in good shape. I want to thank you for this opportunity to share, and I wish also all an inspiring, engaging, and forward-thinking conference. Let's set our sight on the next 30 years with optimism, humor, and just the right dose of wonder. After all, the future is only as bright as we dare to imagine. I want to congratulate the organizers, CARICODE and CODEN, and wish every success for this very, very important conference. Thank you.
The future is only as bright as we dare to imagine. That is so powerful. Put your hands together for Custis Road to Loring of Kingston, the Honorable Stedman Fuller. And one of the things I'm learning here this morning is that emotional intelligence, if you don't have emotional intelligence, you perhaps are not going to be able to accept or even use in the way it was intended artificial intelligence. Because you have to open your mind, you have to be conscious, you have to be aware of what is happening around you. Before I invite my next speaker up, may I see the hand of one of members or team members of CARICODE? I see Ian at the back. But let me tell you what I'm going to do, because I feel like people have been sitting in this room from very early this morning. There's a lady who is on her telephone over there. Yes, you, ma'am. Stand up for me, please. I know you're going to wonder why I'm asking you to stand. Can anybody tell me why I've asked her to stand? I don't know if she was the first person here, quite frankly. But but the colors that she's wearing. May I ask this gentleman over here to stand? The yellow shirt. What color is your pants? It's blue. Ladies and gentlemen, they get it. Put your hands together for them. Ian, I'm going to ask you and the team to see if you can come up with some gifts for them. So these are the colors. They're not exactly the colors, but they get it. So they came dressed for the occasion. Put your hands together for them. So what are the colors, by the way? All right. Thank you so very much. What are you? I need to get your names. What is your name? Oh, yes, Princess. That's a beautiful name. And you, sir? Robert. Put your hands together for them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite to address us Mrs. Sasha Vassiana Riley, Executive Director of the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica. Please put your hands together and make her feel very welcome as she comes.
Good morning, everyone. So first of all, let me recognize our host, Ms. Althea McKenzie, doing a very wonderful job this morning. The Honorable Stedman Fuller, Custos Rotularum of Kingston, the Honorable Minister Pernell Charles, Minister of Labor and Social Security, Ms. Ilsa DeVerney, Founder, Chairman, and CEO of Carry Code and woman of it all, great admiration, Mr. Ian Williams, the President of CODN, other distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, visionary leaders, change makers, members of the media, good day. So on behalf of the PSOJ, I'm grateful for this opportunity to endorse and celebrate this Organization Development Transformation Conference with you. As you will see from the program, this is not just another conference. It's a convergence of bold ideas, cross-sector synergies, and the kind of future thinking that will shape the next era of development in our country and indeed the region. Let us recognize and extend our gratitude to His Excellency, the Governor General Sir Patrick Allen, for his visionary leadership in not only endorsing this initiative, but institutionalizing it. By declaring April as the month for organizational development transformation, it is more than symbolic, it is actually strategic. For us, it signals that Jamaica is ready to lead from the front in modernizing how we work, how we learn, and indeed how we lead. I also commend the organizers, Carry Code and CODN, for your commitment for blending technology with human-centered values. It is inspiring and just the type of courage and clarity that we need right now. I mean, let's be real. It's not just about gadgets and gizmos. We have them all, the tablets, the iPads, the cell phones. Innovation without empathy is simply noise. What it really is about is creating a world where people and the technology can groove together, can be in harmony, and that is where the impact really lies. So this year's theme, Expanding Our Horizon and Creating Synergies Through Awesome Lens of Emotional Intelligence, it couldn't be more on point for the world we're living in today. It invites us to rethink the core of our organizational DNA. And it reminds us that transformation isn't just about what we do, but how we feel, connect, and collaborate while we're doing it. So, at the heart of OD, organizational development, it is all about making organizations more effective, adaptable, and efficient. It's not just about change for change's sake, or mere back office functions. It's about transforming processes, procedures, and in some cases, the very structure of enterprises to uplift both the organization and its people. This should be seen as a national imperative, one that provides a bridge from legacy systems to agile ecosystems, a scaffold upon which Jamaica's next economic leap will be built. It is how we design institutions that not only survive disruption, but engineer it. With AI and other technologies evolving at lightning speed, indeed faster than we can even legislate, the fusion of EI and AI is our frontier. AI is fantastic, right? We heard the Custos talk about all the visions of what AI can do, say, the next 30 or 50 years. And indeed, those are indeed fantastic. But as AI gets smarter, it's emotional intelligence that keeps the balance, our ability to understand and manage feelings. So the question isn't whether machines can think, but whether humans can still feel deeply enough to lead wisely in a digital age. Emotional intelligence is the operating system of leadership in the 21st century. So this conference is the perfect spot to dive into how EI can enhance our interactions with machines, creating collaborations that make life better while keeping our humanity intact. It is also the perfect time to ask ourselves some really hard questions. Are we equipping our organizations to evolve as the technologies we are deploying? Are our leaders future ready? Or are we simply stuck in yesterday's playbook? CARICODE and CDN, your leadership has been pivotal. Since 2006, you have helped organizations of various sizes become sharper, braver, and more purposeful. And the network of over 100 OD professionals that Ian referred to earlier, we don't see it as just a talent. It is a talent pipeline. It's a brain trust for the Caribbean's transformation. So as we dive into these 2 days of dialogue and sharing ideas, let's push ourselves to think bigger. Let us push past comfort. Let's create a mix of emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence that doesn't just boost our industries, but also uplifts our communities. Let's ensure that every step forward is driven by empathy, ethics, and an unwavering commitment to human well-being. Let's train for skills we don't even yet have the names for. Let us build workplaces where humans and machines thrive side by side, not in competition, but in conscious collaboration. So to every professional here, like all the previous speakers, I encourage each of you to engage fully with the discussions ahead. Share your insights, ask bold, disruptive questions. Let us envision a future where technology serves humanity in profound ways. We can shape a world where innovation is not just about machines, but about people, about us. So the future of OD is about organizational foresight. It's about building ethical guardrails into our tech stacks. It's about baking in resilience, equity, and agility at the design stage, not bolting them on after. So thank you all for being here today, and let us make this conference an inspiration, one of curiosity, collaboration, and transformation. Thank you.
We thank Mrs. Sasha Vassiana Riley very much. You know, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, then in the greetings, hot so. Can you imagine what is going to happen when we get to presentation? Because we're being challenged even in the greetings this morning to look beyond ourselves and to do more and to be more. Absolutely fantastic. She spoke about agility and scaffolding and the need to move at lightning speed, but the need also to have the emotional intelligence to balance it out. So if you're going to use artificial intelligence, you have to make sure you know what you're doing. Yes, so we're going to invite, and this before we get to our first presentation, our opening speaker, and I know he's waiting patiently to address us, and he's going to have a lot to say, and he's going to inspire us this morning. But before we get there, I am going to invite to address us Dr. Sophia McIntosh, and Dr. McIntosh is the head of the UTech Open of the University of Technology, Jamaica. Please put your hands together for her as she comes.
Custos Rotalorum, Honorable Stedman Fuller, Archbishop Kenneth Richards, Minister of Labor and Social Security, Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Master of Ceremonies, Mrs. Althea Mackenzie, distinguished speakers, guests, sponsors, members of the media, organizing committee, Carry Code, good morning. Good morning. It is a great pleasure being here today to bring greetings on behalf of the University of Technology Jamaica, School of Lifelong Learning and Professional Development. I thank Carry Code for hosting this conference under the theme, Creating Synergies through the awesome lens of emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence. This conference is timely as it provides a platform for stimulating conversations about the rapid transformation of the world today and the technological and leadership changes that are necessary for organizations to be successful and sustainable in this postmodern era. As the world continues to evolve with improvements in technology, organizations must strike a delicate balance with infusing technological advancements such as artificial intelligence with emotionally intelligent leadership in creating synergies that lead to organizational effectiveness and efficiency. Philosopher Antonio Gramsci said, and I quote, "The old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters." This statement is very profound because if we're not careful in managing this change of balancing artificial intelligence with emotional intelligence, organizations could struggle to redefine themselves in a world that is begging for change and end up creating monsters such as employee disengagement, lack of creativity and innovation, low commitment, lack of cooperation, lack of organizational identity, divisiveness, low productivity, low profitability, and business closure. The old world and the old ways of doing things are dying, with the different forms of artificial intelligence now being developed and used in organizations to provide greater value for consumers. However, and I'm going to stress, however, we must never forget that people are the most valuable assets in the organization driving AI to create a competitive advantage and strategic value for customers. The world today is demanding emotionally intelligent leadership to recognize this and become people-centered in managing change, in providing upskilling and reskilling training opportunities, to equip staff with AI and change leadership competencies to drive organizational growth. Currently, 60% of our population is unskilled. This skills deficit poses a significant threat to our nation's economic development. According to the ILO, one of the primary solutions to this crisis is upskilling, reskilling, and increased access to education, as productivity cannot grow beyond education and skills levels of the population. The success of this will depend on emotionally intelligent leaders to guide organizations through this transformative phase, to empower employees to develop personally and professionally in this rapidly evolving work environment. The University of Technology Jamaica recognizes the potential challenge if the opportunities of the new world are not carefully managed. Hence the integration of AI into our curriculum
and the development of AI short courses for business leaders, coupled with executive leadership and change management training. Additionally, the university saw it fit to collaborate with futuristic organizations such as CARICODE and others in ensuring that the requisite training is provided to equip employees with the skills needed in today's world of hyper-competition, speed, and convenience. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue this conversation beyond this conference so we can take advantage of the opportunities, build synergies, learn, and innovate for increased productivity, growth, and sustainability. I wish you an impactful and energized conference. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you so very much, Dr. McIntosh. And I have a question for you. Not for Dr. McIntosh, for you. How are you ensuring that you are not creating monsters in your organization? You must ask yourself that question. Put your hands together for her once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite to introduce the opening speaker, Mrs. Bernetta Locke. Our opening speaker today is the Honorable Pronell Charles Jr., and he's going to be speaking on nation building, a future empowered by EI and AI. Put your hands together for Ms. Bernetta Locke as she comes.
Thank you very much, Althea. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are having a fantastic time. I don't know about you, but I am. And today is a day when we are going to learn more. There's a saying that today is the last day, maybe the last day in the rest of your life. But we are going to learn a lot over these 2 days. It is indeed my pleasure to introduce, I don't know about you, but my Minister of Labor and Social Security. You know, when I look at Minister Charles Jr.'s resume, I say that Professor Nettleford was correct. If you want something done, give it to a busy person. He appears to be one of the busiest persons that we have to interface with. Honorable Pronell Charles Jr., JP, MP, was appointed Minister of Labor and Social Security on May 22, 2023. Prior to that, he was the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. He's also a 2-time Member of Parliament, currently serving in Southeast Clarendon. Minister Charles Jr. is a former government senator, Member of Cabinet, where he served as Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment, and Climate Change. Prior to this appointment, he served as Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, with responsibility for water, housing, and infrastructure. You see what I mean? Minister Charles also served as Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security, where he had portfolio duties for the Department of Correctional Services, the Jamaica Combined Cadet Force, and special projects within the national security portfolio. Minister Charles is an attorney at law, qualified to practice law in Jamaica and the United States of America. Throughout the professional career, he served with distinction as judicial clerk, senior clerk of court, Crown Counsel at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, and as lead counsel and managing attorney of the law offices of Pernell Charles Jr. I have to make sure I say junior, you know, because I sat around the table with senior, and I still sit around the table with junior. So I have to make the distinction. The minister is a former president of the Law Society and former guild president of the University of the West Indies, where he earned 2 honors degrees, a Bachelor of Science, double major in biochemistry and zoology, and a Bachelor of Laws. Additionally, he holds a Master of Laws degree from the George Washington University Law School in Washington, D.C., where he was awarded the Thomas Bergenthal Scholarship for Academic Performance. Minister Charles was born with a passion for community service. You can see that from his profile, right? And as youth advocate, he participates in community activities geared towards uplifting underserved communities and protecting the most vulnerable. He also continues to serve as the chairman of UNESCO Youth Advisory Council. No wonder they say Jamaica is the place of choice to live, work, raise family, and do business. Because with people like our Minister Charles, what else can we do but be the place of choice? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conference of no mean order, and we are going to ask you to ensure that you do the evaluation. After Minister Charles speaks, we are going to give you an opportunity to ask him some questions. And you can ask him any question because he has the answers. I can say that because he will challenge me as well. But I'm just asking you to help us, because in the acting world, they say you are only as good as your last act. And the organizers of this conference want to ensure that the next conference is better than the last act, which would be today's conference. So please remember to help us to complete the forms. Now, I'm sure you don't want to hear my voice, having given you the background about our opening speaker. So I am just asking you to help me to welcome to this platform our Minister, Pernell Charles Jr.
Thank you so much, Miss Bernita. What she didn't tell you is that she has known me for perhaps all my life. Let me acknowledge our moderator, Master of Ceremonies. Where is Miss Althea? She was up here. When I was in the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, I used to have to wake up very early to go on the radio with her for farm talk. Custos, Miss Ilsa DuVernay, Mr. Williams, Archbishop Richards, Dr. McIntosh, Dr. Brendel, Mrs. Vassiani Riley, Mrs. Jones-Johnson, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what a very interesting day. This conversation around organization, development, transformation, and the synergy between AI and EI is something that I have been speaking about for years. I remember having conversations with my friends, and always thought I was crazy, Ms. Ilse, when I said, listen, there will come a time when you want to do things and you can't because you won't have the capacity to challenge how it's done by automation. And when I heard Costa speak about curiosity, human curiosity, I remember one of my friends responding to me that if we become too curious, there's something that happened to the cat. I'm hoping only we understand that and not ChatGPT. But it's very, very, very interesting to me. And so I want to firstly just acknowledge and congratulate Carry Code and the coding and all of the stakeholders, partners who have come together to put this on. This is excellent. And this is a conversation that we have to have. And perhaps it's more important now than ever before because it allows us to really think about what the future of Jamaica will be and what we have to do now to ensure it. Because many times we find that it's just happening by coincidence and you don't have control over your next steps. But by having this conversation around intelligence, artificial or emotional, human or otherwise, we can define the best pathway to the future that we seek. Now, everybody who speaks is going to say the same kind of thing, that artificial intelligence is important for efficiency. It is important to help us to structure things and to automate, and that, however, but nevertheless, we humans are still important. Are we? Or is that just a selfish response? Or survival? Well, I asked AI while our UTech doctor was speaking. So I said, what is more important, EI or AI? Great question, Purnell. That's the first scary thing, right? And the answer depends on context. Emotional intelligence is more important for human relationships, leadership, teamwork, communications, conflict resolution, and personal well-being. It helps us. They listening, so it helps us navigate complex social situations, build trust, and inspire others. Artificial intelligence is more important when it comes to processing data, solving complex technical problems, automation, and driving innovation in fields like medicine, finance, and transportation. But if you're talking about human development, leadership, or everyday life, then EI often outweighs AI because people connect with people, not machines. So in a world full of smart technology, emotional intelligence is what keeps us truly human. I'm going to just let that marinate and hope that you saw what I saw and heard what I heard. But I digress. In the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we are perhaps the ministry that relies on, I'd say, emotional intelligence the most. Because we have to deal with persons that are often on the edge of their own life experience, persons who need that support, whether it is financially, having an issue financially, or having a family issue, or being a person with disability or a senior citizen that needs help or a path beneficiary, whatever it is, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security deals with the most vulnerable in our country. And so our social workers, our officers, our cashiers, our drivers, everyone in our ministry has to have some dose of emotional intelligence. But when I think of it, as we embrace AI within the context of emotional intelligence, the battle that we're going to have is how do we continue to evolve as a species emotionally when we have now vested so much of our intelligence to the artificial response. How many of us that are here today that will present relied on artificial intelligence? And the reality is that when you are trained in marketing, communication, it's about controlling the narrative. And if the narrative is not coming from your own thoughts, your own creativity, then you don't really have control. And emotional intelligence for me comes from the multi-dimensional sort of, dynamic experience which you can't really explain in words, but you see it when someone walks past a child who is holding on to an adult, and just in her facial expression, you know something is wrong. And it kicks in when you're going into an elevator and you see someone who you have never seen before in your life. But something happens and your response is within the context of everything that you're seeing and hearing and feeling. Emotional intelligence is critical for you to not just be aware, but for you to be able to regulate yourself and regulate your environment. And so I continue to be extremely interested in how we, Ms. Ilse, are going to define the curriculum around embracing AI and EI. Because it must challenge us as humans to continue to think, to read, to develop, to design, and not just to rely wholly on what is created or generated by formulas through machines or technology. That said, at the ministry we have the responsibility to treat with work permits, for instance. I give that as an example. And we know that for a long time we have attached that with the perception of corruption and delay, and if you try to get a work permit it takes you 6 months when it should take you 6 weeks. And it is through embracing AI and technology that we are reforming Jamaica's work permit framework and the entire system, drawing now on the global best practices and the digital systems that will allow for us to do what was done in 3 months in 3 hours. So what is clear is that if my grandmother was alive and I showed her my phone now, and she passed away 15 years ago. It's not long ago. But if I was to show her my phone now, she might rebuke it with prayer. Seriously. Because remember, we have had the opportunity of the transition year by year, version by version. So we're slowly being sort of, transitioned into the artificial intelligence and technology that was designed 20 years ago. In 1995, when I left high school early and went up to UWI to do what was then a program that allowed you to get into first year equivalent of sixth form. And I remember Dolly was being cloned. Anybody remember this? Dolly the sheep was successfully cloned. that doesn't concern no one else but me. Let me say this again. 1995 is what, 30 years? 30 years ago, Dolly was successfully cloned. And we have not heard anything else about Dolly. So, to me, the technology that we are being exposed to now is after years of testing. The vehicles that we are going to have now as the 2027 Toyota Corolla or Prado was built 5 years ago, designed 10 years ago. Technology is moving faster than you can imagine. And we have the responsibility now to keep up. So we have to be able, at the Ministry of Labor and for the government, for the people, to find that synergy that allows for us to enhance our electronic labor exchange so that it is easier for students, easier for persons who want a job to log on and to connect between employers and employees. We also have to help to support stakeholders like Carry Code between the public and private sector who are driving the conversation around efficiency. Because as much as we may say it, the fact is that by utilizing technology and utilizing artificial intelligence, we can become more efficient and more productive. And Jamaica not only wants growth, but we need productivity, because it is productivity that will allow for us to have sustainable growth and ultimately be able to take care of ourselves, economic independence. Now, it took a long time for us to reach to the stage where many of you have ChatGPT or Copilot on your phone. How many persons have access to AI on their phones? Whoa, what did that just go down a while ago? Did the light go? No. Let me try again. How many have access to AI? Is it through an app or is it through, you have the application on your phone? Straight, you just go straight to it? You use it daily? No? Yes? Tell me, shake the hands now. Yes, okay. I promise you, I can tell you this. In 1 year, you have this conferences annually. Next year, every single hand will be up. There is no way you are going to be able to function effectively and compete with others that are now using AI without integrating it into your daily routines. It's going to help you with everything to become more effective. But the struggle for us will be retaining the capacity for us to infuse emotional intelligence as we integrate the artificial intelligence. So at the ministry, we try our best as we bring youngsters in who are seeking jobs. We sit them down and we have workshops with them. It's not called emotional intelligence workshops, but ultimately those workshops are about making them more aware of themselves and how they present themselves, for instance, to an employer. Because they may present the most productive plans, or they may have the design of the greatest resume. But when you sit down in front of them, human to human, and you see the person, you immediately can understand or form a perspective around their attitude to life. Am I correct? So it doesn't matter how much access you have to artificial intelligence, to all of the technology, your behavior is still going to be paramount, priority, the most important thing. And when we look to institutions like the one in Saudi Arabia that focuses on the behavioral insights, what we're learning is how behavioral science and AI will come about now to shape better policies and service delivery for countries across the world. So you have institutions that are just focused on this synergy that Carry Code and Coden have asked us to elaborate on today. That vision is the kind of vision that is required if we're going to build out a workforce that is not only skilled, but also self-aware and emotionally agile. Our labor force now is, I would say, evolving. We're at a place in Jamaica where we can say we have the lowest unemployment figures, which is something we should applaud as a country. All of us together have contributed to that. Yes, clap yourself. But what happens when we really hit 100% employment? Meaning all persons who can work or who want to work or who are capable to work are working. What next? The next step would then be productivity. Meaning if you are doing a job now, you will have to make the assessments of how you can become much more productive. And that is the conversation we are having at the ministry now. And that's the conversation we are driving, and which I hope that you will have a lot of discussion on today for the two-day conference. Now let me close off. We are all speaking about a human-centered future of work. That's basically what it boils down to. We have to use artificial intelligence. Technology is important, but we are more important, and we understand why. So how do you build this human-centered future of work? The approach that the ministry is taking to the future of work is guided by 3 principles. 1, empowerment through education. And we are working with partners to promote digital literacy while also discussing and advancing emotional competence from early education throughout to the adult workforce. At some point, we're also going to have the discussion on AI fluency, because similar to different languages, we will have to have a workforce that can speak AI. Secondly is inclusivity and equity. As we digitize our systems, we are focused on ensuring that no Jamaican is left behind. And one of the beautiful things about technology is that it allows for us to integrate persons who otherwise and historically have not had access. And so, at the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, where we have responsibility for persons with disabilities, we are doing now the research to make sure that all of Jamaica, public and private sector, will be able to integrate, use the technology to increase access and inclusivity for all Jamaicans, particularly, as I said, the vulnerable groups. Use the technology to the benefit of our development. Thirdly, and finally, is ethical innovation. We must, and this is going to be difficult, and I think this is one of the things that leadership and management will have to prove to take control of and take the steering. We must ensure a commitment to developing policies that safeguard privacy and that support decent work and promote responsible use of technology in public and private sectors. If you have listened to the radio recently, you'll hear these commercials around deepfake. Anybody heard it? I'm going to tell you, last year, I got a call from the owner of a very large hardware in Clarendon. I'm a member of parliament in Clarendon, and I often use the hardware to distribute material to constituents. We were talking on the phone, and he put me on hold. Maybe about 10 minutes until I even hung up the phone. And he called me back. And he said, Pernell, God is good. Somebody just called me saying they are you, demanding a truckload of steel and blocks be dropped at a particular destination or else. I said, firstly, big up yourself, Pernell, because I didn't know you had the capacity to even call a store and demand that. But seriously, this is happening. And the phone number that the person called from had my picture on it. We actually WhatsApped Purnell and got a response. And a very rude Purnell too. Out of order. And then I realized that it's not just happening to me. It had happened to Minister Vaz. It happened to Minister Witter and other persons. And that was before we had the integration of the voice applications. So then, the owner of the store was able to easily define it wasn't me, because I was on the phone with him moments before, but it didn't sound like me either. I say this because with the artificial intelligence and the technology, why I say our emotional intelligence and our own human intelligence will always be important is because technology is as simply formulas repeated. It's computing to push something out. It doesn't know when it is doing something that is wrong. So when the application was used or will be used to mimic my voice, it doesn't know that it's doing something wrong. So emotional intelligence, human intelligence will always be central and significant and important. And we always have to look towards, as I said, policies that protect us as a species, as a people, as a nation. Creating our course together is going to be critical. The intersection between AI and EI is no longer, it's not a paradox, it is a powerful synergy. We are using it at my ministry. I want to commend it to you as well. Technology is critical to process data fast and to help people to develop. As our country continues along its digital journey, I can assure you that this government, we commit and we will continue to lead both in terms of innovation and compassion. I don't want to go into the various things that have been done, but if you assess a lot of what we are doing in terms of grants and support reflect the strongest push towards social security strengthening that we've ever seen in Jamaica. Social pension for persons over 75, a revised and renewed PATH program, solidarity program coming up now for persons who haven't gotten anything before throughout the burial and other different cash grants. We are focused on developing that support for the country. So let us assure that as we continue now in the age of what we call the age of algorithms, that we do not ever forget the value of emotional insight. Again, congratulations to Carry Code and Coden for this wonderful, wonderful conference that you've put together. And I really do hope that every participant that is here challenges the other to think differently, to act differently, and to prepare not just for the future, but for the now. One love.
Thank you so much, Minister. I had promised that you would have an opportunity to ask the Minister a few questions. We are running a little late, but we still wanted to have that opportunity. We at COD and CARICO do not make promises that we do not keep. So we are asking you, remember to fill out the evaluation form, and please, we need to ask the Minister some questions. One of the things that he has not told you is how he keeps all Jamaica together through a tripartite. And that is what makes us able to do business. Because when he calls us to North Street, we are there to discuss not law and order, but the order of business in Jamaica. Questions for the Minister. Do you have any questions? He was so clear. Do you have a microphone? Please give the person a microphone. And the minister is willing to answer any question. That's why I told you what his profile looks like.
Thank you, Ms. Bernetta. Last time I saw you at GIS.
Oh, just a minute, please. I have to tell Rick Costas thanks. He's one of the busiest persons. He should have been out here from 10 o'clock. He's leaving now. Thank you, Costas. Thanks for coming. Okay, I'm ready for you now.
Yes, so I'm Winston Sutherland. I'm an international OD consultant. I work out of London, and I flew down for this conference because I want to know what's going on in Jamaica, because I have family and friends and business here. I was listening to the presentation by Dr. McIntosh of UTech Open, and she said that 60% of the population is unskilled. And then I listened to the presentation of the Minister Pernell Charles, who's standing there. And Minister, you said, we want to achieve AI fluency, and you also talked about the workforce and other things about it. The thing in my head is that there seems to be a gap between the 60% unskilled labor force that we have and achieving AI fluency and integrating the Jamaican economy into the rest of the world. If we have a 60% unskilled labor force, we are only going to get the low-end jobs. I don't know how you'd respond to that, Minister.
Well, I'll take the statistic that Dr. McIntosh has presented, and I won't challenge.
I Googled it and it says 70%.
What I can tell you is that all of our policies and programs that we've instituted in the last decade have been towards increasing skills, training. We have removed the cost and any expense or fee related to heart. We have doubled our effort to get as many youngsters trained. We have put in place a multitude of programs from CARE to LIFT to HOPE that provide stipends and support and motivation for persons who would previously have to pay to actually get access to a skill. So now, not only have the skill paid for by the government or the training, but to get that extra funding to be able to help with the transportation and just to maintain themselves throughout the course. We have several activities that are helping now to place people in jobs. My ministry, we do multiples of career workshops individually and in collaboration with big business. And that's why we're seeing such a significant fall in unemployment. It's because of a very strategic and deliberate approach. Now, we're not at 100%, and we recognize that. And so HART has actually done a complete revision of their curriculum to see what the curriculum needs to be to prepare people for the future, making projections, including artificial intelligence training, revising the coding, digital coding courses that we have, and continuing to make sure that we have the evolving courses and subject areas that prepare our people for the globally competitive market. So I think we have done a lot. There's more to be done, but even this collaboration is a big part of the awareness that is required for the private sector and the public sector to continue to focus on the right things. If you look on the data and the stats, Jamaica is without a doubt moving in the right direction in terms of labor. But we are not where we want to be yet. So it's going to take this kind of conversation and the continued focus on policies, which we are doing right now at the Labor Ministry. I have one of my senior officials actually just coming back from a conference where Jamaica is participating with the rest of CARICOM to develop programs with the International Labour Organization that are going to help us to create that framework for the decent work systems that we have to have in Jamaica, looking on the gig platform and the platform economy and all the different dynamic types of work that are being created from TikTok to Instagram to online. So we are focused on it and we are steadily moving in the right direction.
somebody said,
Go ahead.
somebody said that if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there, which is true. So my follow-up question is, do we have a timeline for closing the gap between where we are and where we need to be?
We're closing it now. I mean, we are moving, I think, fast. I mean, you look on minimum wage and unemployment, which are two variables that you look on as indicators for that. We have moved from double-digit unemployment to below 3.5. And we've moved from 6,000 on to now at 16,000 for minimum wage. Again, it's nothing to shout about in terms of when you look on what persons require in order to be at the standard where we want them to be as a government. But as you said, we know where we want to go, and we are rapidly moving towards that direction. And all of that is connected to the economic underbelly of the country. So it's not just something isolated in terms of labor and closing the gap. That has to happen with a strong framework that allows more investment to drive more jobs, to drive more trading, and et cetera, et cetera. The Prime Minister has spoken a lot about STEAM and STEM and the education that is required for us to get the labor force that we want. So it is really very interconnected across government and based on the foundation of a stronger economy, which is why we are proud as a country that we can look at our debt to GDP ratio, moving from way above 100 to now moving below 70. That allows us to spend more money on Jamaicans and on Jamaica, building up the structures that are going to be required for us to close that skills gap. So very, very well connected, and I think we're on our way.
Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
My question surrounds EI and change. When you look at the Jamaican environment or ecosystem, so to speak, you have an aspect of it. There are other aspects within Ministry of Education and other ministries that need to be linked, that we can change the population, the target group, the youngsters, to go into productive areas and to become very productive and earn the type of money they want. But one of the mitigating factors or factor that goes against this is a cultural aspect, and maybe we can use EI to influence that culture, is the parental part of it. We are coming from a culture where education was not valued. And throughout the generations, the value of education is not being, it is not speeded up. It is not as fast-tracked as we want it to be. Without this, we cannot motivate a lot of children, a lot of youngsters to take up these productive ventures. These AIs, they will use the TikTok, they will use social media, but few are using it to its maximum potential. And some are using it for criminal factors. So we need to influence the parents to ensure that they think of education as a force that will move them and will move society in the way it needs to go. Because when you look at the progressive societies, their emphasis, and I don't think their emphasis is on education, China, India, and I don't think there is as much resistance in those populations in relation to the parenting stimulating the youngsters to take up this part, and it's not only in relation to work, but in relation to general knowledge and to the understanding of the society, that it's important. So, I'm finished.
Hey, you did better than ChatGPT a while ago. You don't need me. I'll add on if you want. I agree with 95% of what you said. I think I understand what you meant, but I don't think that I would submit to the notion that Jamaica culturally doesn't value education. I think that, but I understand what you meant. I understand where you're going in terms of the investments that are made in the education framework. But it goes down to having a sufficient capacity as a country to invest in different sectors. That is why what your government is focused on is that economic base that will allow us to grow out the sectors, to put in place the public sector wages, to put in place the institutions, to put in place the software systems that are required to reach to where you want us to be. I'll tell you this, I think that Jamaica has benefited a lot from even where we lacked infrastructure. Because we had such a heavy value on education, persons like myself can stand up here now and say I have a whole lot of degrees. One generation before me, it wasn't like that. My mother struggled. It was very, very difficult. My father will give you one whole long story about him going to school without shoes. My grandmother says that's not true. But, you know, it wasn't easy. All right, so it wasn't easy for them, just one generation up. But luckily, they accessed education and they made it, when I say priority, none away, had a choice. My brother is a brain surgeon. My sister is and on and on. And we didn't have a choice. Education was non-optional. So I think many Jamaican families are like that. And that is why, despite circumstances, we have excelled, we have survived. However, I think I understand the context of what you mean, which is that we have to, as a nation, now place a more heavy priority on the investment in the whole structure of education. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're trying our best to do now. And it starts, as I said, by understanding the variables that will allow for us to retain our teachers and not have someone go to Shortwood, come out and immediately think US. But rather, can I get a reasonable competitive salary here in Jamaica? And if I get the reasonable competitive salary, which is what we're trying to do with the public sector reformation, do I get into a school that has the tools for me to teach? And if I get the salary and then get the tools, will I get students that want to learn? And all of that is interconnected. And so we have looked on the wide span of what's going to be required for us to develop the education that Jamaica needs. And that is exactly what the government is doing step by step. Well, thank you for your question. All right. I think Miss Bernita wants back the mic. Be very careful. She's not going to let it go for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. My minister, you can't just go like that, you know. We're asking for Althea and she appears. Yes. AI is at work and EI. The two of them are at work. Here is Althea.
All right, so... No, I'm going to allow you to make the presentation. She's like, wait, I have to make the presentation, but I'm going to allow you to make the presentation. But before you do, the driver of Toyota Hilux 9848GE, your left window is down and it's overcast. If that is your vehicle, we're suggesting for more than one reason that you go and wind up your window.
Thank you, Althea. Thank you. I know that you really want to go on to the next sessions, but with such a presentation by our minister, we could not allow him to just go like that without having a picture to prove to the general public. And we have all the media houses in here, including JIS. So we can't allow him to go without showing the public how much we appreciate and love him. And the presentation, Ilsa must feel very good there, You see how she's laughing? Okay. So, Minister, on behalf of CARICODE, CODN, and all the participants in here, I'd just like to say how much we appreciate your presence and the presentation. You could give a whole session, correct? He could manage the whole day based on the various areas of responsibility. But next time around, we will make sure that we have you for a day. Okay. And it won't be in Kingston, right? South Coast or North Coast, any coast, he's there with us. Thank you, Minister, on behalf of the team. Come this way.
Thank you, Minister Charles. And as Minister would have indicated, I did spend quite a good amount of time working with him when he was Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries and just engaging, understanding more about what was happening in the agriculture and fisheries sector. And in his work now, he still has responsibility for the laborers in agriculture anyway. So thank you so very much. Put your hands together once again for Minister Pernell Charles Jr. I'm going to do a little bit of technical matter now. So I'm going to step away from the microphone. They're going to change the microphone and then I'll give you instructions when we've done that. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, has anybody seen Ian? Or come here, Ian. Run, come quick. Be very quick. Don't buck your toe on the way up here though, but move fast. More opportunities to show that minister was at the function. That's what Bernetta said. So the picture taking place now. And I am going to be giving you some instructions in just a bit. That's why I'm consulting with Ian. And then I'll tell you what to do. In the meantime, for those of you who want to find the program, you have to go to the website carry-code, that's carry, C-A-R-I, -code.com. That is where you'll pick up the program. So if you want the running order for today, that's where you're going to go to get that information. All right, so what we're going to do, we've taken the decision that because you have been so good and so many of you came in so early this morning, we got off to a late start. We have had consultation with our next speaker, and what we're going to allow you to do is to take your break now. I know that some of you have been going in and out of the room to get something to eat. So what we're going to do is we're going to allow you to take the break now, but instead of 45 minutes that was on the program for the break, we're going to give you 25 minutes. What I want you to do is to move with as much efficiency as you can. If you're going to the ladies' or men's room, move with alacrity. If you're going to collect your food, join the line as soon as you have received it, come back inside and sit at the table. So that we're going to have to help each other to make up the time. This is what organizational development is about. So you may take your break now. Been refreshed, and so we're ready to go, right? Are we ready? Yes, we are. We're back, ready for business. Please allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge our partners and sponsors. JPS 101, National Housing Trust, the key to your home, Sandals, Island Car Rentals, 2020 Innovation, Heart NSTA Trust, the Jamaica Customer Service Association, the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, Unicoma Group, Royal Computers, InfoServe, Pat Battle and Associates, Strategy Associates Incorporated, and the Gleaner Company. So, we are ready to move to the next session. Yes, we are. Before that, however, I have a little something to do. If you're feeling stressed, we want to send you somewhere. Spa Blue. They describe it as self-care elevated. My doctor once told me that self-care is important. It is very important. If you think you can keep going and going and going and going and never take a break, your body will take that break for you. So self-care is important. And they are at 2 locations, Mandeville and in Kingston, and they're located in Kingston at 4 Altamont Crescent, Kingston 5. All right, I'll give you some additional information about that a little bit later on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask Ian to join me on stage. Ian, put your hands together and make him feel like, you're happy to see him, because you are, right? Ian coming with goodies. This is lovely.
That is it.
Yes, Ian, you have anything for me?
You could have asked that out there.
Oh.
Always have something for you, my dear.
All right, I'm going to give you the microphone. Be careful what you do with it.
Certainly.
All right.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's still morning? Wow. All right. So good morning again. Now, earlier, Althea singled out 2 persons, yes? And apparently they are, highlighting the colors. And so I heard the name Princess. Princess, can you kindly step forward? And is it Robert? Robert, I need you to come forward as well. And so I feel like jumping over, but I'm going to do the right thing. All right, so Princess, you came out decked in your sunshine. So what we want you to do for us is just strut down there.
And strut back. And strut back.
So, Mr. Music, run some tune while Princess
That's right,
walks.
Princess. That's right.
All right,
That's
let's
right,
go.
Princess. That's right.
Now spin your wheel.
That's right, Princess.
There we go.
Yes, Robert, you have a strut too.
Sarah, don't feel
Robert
sad.
says, I'm going to have to strut.
When the sun comes up, boom, there's something going on. And so, Robert, I see you sporting TIU is a big part of the public sector, yes? And so, I am going to ask you, Mr. Music, we don't want that same song.
That's right.
We don't want that same song, because we really don't want Robert to Now, this gift, it's a special gift, and it is courtesy of PCJ. Now, when we sent the call out and made mention that we'll be having this conference, there's one person, of course, you must have a first, what do you call it, registrant?
Yes, registrant. Yes, is that it go?
Thank you very much.
Yes, that's how it go, don't?
There's a first registrant, and that person I'm hoping is here today. Her name starts with a T. Do we have any persons whose name starts with T inside here? No T?
No T?
Wow. Oh,
I see hands going up, yes.
All right, cool. And your last name starts with one of the letters of the alphabet.
Brilliant.
I will leave the stress, yes, of wondering. And so, may I invite Teresa Bowen to step forward.
That's right.
And so, Teresa is our first registrant, and we are indeed honored and happy. When the call went out, you were the first one to submit your application. And so, COD, carry code, and COD, don't put on back that mask. Thank you. And so, carry code and COD, indeed, thank you for registering to this conference.
Let me move out.
Over to you, Lady Althea.
Thank you so very much, Ian. I told you that he was a bundle of energy and he was just pretending when he came up earlier on. So now we're getting the real Ian and more of him to come, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're moving quickly along now because I know we need to see how best we can pull it back and just make up back some time. You're going to work with me on that, right? So while we're having fun, this is serious business we're getting down to now, and so we're just going to try to pull it back. May I now invite then to come forward to introduce the keynote speaker for today, Ilsa Duvernay. You can do better than that, you know. Miss Lou always says she don't want to fenke clap. Well, I don't appreciate fenke either. Put your hands together, make it strong, make it powerful.
It is my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you today Dr. William Brendel. Bill, he calls himself Bill. So Bill earned his doctorate at the Columbia University, and for over 20 years has honed his craft in strategically transforming leaders, teams, and organizations. As founder and principal consultant of the Transformative Learning Institute, Bill enjoys helping a wide variety of organizations around the world, including North America, Europe, Africa, and Asia. He shares many of his own client case studies to illustrate the process and value of his transformative approach to organizational change. In addition to consulting, William is also an assistant professor, that little young boy there, and teaches graduate courses to inspiring consultants at Penn State University. He has also taught in programs at Columbia University, Georgetown, Texas, A&M, Temple University, and University of St. Thomas, and in 2021, William received the Lisa Kimball Evolving the Field of Organization Development Award, one of the field's highest honors for his outstanding accomplishments in connecting diverse people and ideas to advance OD theory and applications worldwide. He serves as a trustee of the board of the Organization Development Network, the international network, as well as the Organization Development Education Association. Would you please put your hands together for none other than Dr. William Brendan.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll just do it this way. Yeah, thank you. All right. That's my friend Rowan. Everybody give it up for Rowan. Rowan helped me set up a PowerPoint today. I don't know if you've, how many of you do speeches or give PowerPoints and that sort of thing? I'm guessing a lot of you. Raise your hand if you do. And then you know that, like, invariably, when you do that, something goes wrong. Right? You can count on it. So with the good help of Rowan, I'm going to begin my PowerPoint. But before I do, I want to give a special thanks to Ilse Duvernay and also somebody very special who has connected me with CARICODE, and that is Janae Young. So when I think about being here today, I think about Janae. There's no reason I would be here except for Janae. So I want to say thank you, Janae, for bringing me here and introducing me to so many people, so many beautiful people. So today we're going to talk about AI, and we're going to talk about the intersection between AI and EI, and we're going to roll up our sleeves. So when we start to do this, I want you to really think about how you relate to what you're seeing. Really, really relate. So Dr. Sophia McIntosh reminded me yesterday that one of the things that gets people on board with change is when it's relevant. So it needs to be relevant for you. So don't worry about what other people are saying. Think from your own point of view, your own perspective. It's valid, okay? So let's begin. This is called transformative AI for OD. So I'm curious, anybody have a definition of OD they would share with the group? How do we define, what is OD? This is not a trick question, but it kind of is, right? Somebody shout out what OD is. We have somebody in the back. Helping organizations get better? Help themselves get better. So there's a capacity building aspect to it. I love that. It's not OD unless you're working yourself out of a job. That's how I look at it, unfortunately for us. But the good news is that change is constant and it's accelerating, which means we're needed now more than ever, right? If there's any profession in the world that can handle the rate of change, it's the one that's informed by behavioral science research and believes in humanism and believes in something that we call transformative learning. Because OD is not called organizational learning, it's called organization development, which means it tackles really difficult issues, things that all of us may have anxieties about. Our assumptions may not comport well with the changes that we're experiencing, and maybe even some attachments we've developed along the way that are not helpful and we need to let go of. So OD does two kinds of things, and they're not separate from each other. And you heard the speakers earlier. One of them is working on organizational efficiency and effectiveness, but it's not OD unless you're also working on human well-being. And that's really important. So if there's one thing that I want to get across today, it's that we're not organizational effectiveness, we're organization development. And AI is already playing a really interesting role. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about two sides of AI. There are two really interesting sides of AI, and one we heard a lot about today. The other has been implied. But what I'm going to show you is how the other is actually becoming real. And it might freak some of you out. And it does me, because I've been experimenting with this. How many of you are like rule breakers? Any rule breakers? OD people are rule breakers. You should all be raising your hands. Right? We are actually ushering in rule breaking. Right? Of course, we have an eye on the monsters that might inadvertently crop up while we're doing that, but we break rules. And that excites me, because I'm a little bit of a rascal. That's what brought me to this profession. You always get tired with the way things are. Second thing I'm going to talk about is transformative learning. How many of you know what transformative learning is, or has heard of that theory? Oh, well, then this is going to be fun. This is going to be a lot of fun, because it's a framework that you can use to understand the way that AI is transformative on a human developmental level. And so I'm going to provide you with a framework that I hope you take with you. It's not mine. It was a framework that was developed in the late 60s by two gentlemen who did not talk to each other. It just happened to be a sign of the times. One was Jack Mesereau, who is in California, and he studied the reason why women entered the workforce, because up until that point they were home and they took care of children. But something made them step outside of that paradigm and go and get a college education and begin working. The other is Paulo Freire. Anybody hear of Paulo Freire? Okay, another really great person to look up. So Paulo Freire worked with slaves that belonged to farmers in Brazil. And what he did was he helped them identify the language that they were trapped in, to develop a new language where once the slave was liberated, they did not become the master. They stepped outside of that paradigm. So these two great gentlemen introduced the world of transformative learning theory, and I'm going to make it real, just break it down for you, because there is a process that OD consultants can lead individuals and teams through to drive genuine, sustainable transformation. And then I'm going to talk to you about what I've learned about training AI. And I'm going to give you both the process, overlaying transformative learning on AI. And I'm also going to show you what you can train AI on in terms of content. And they're both derived from OD. And then I'm going to give you tips on how you can get started in creating your own AI assistants. Now, that might scare you. And let me ask you this. How many of you have created an AI assistant? Oh, yeah. All right, like 2, 3. All right, awesome. Well, I'm going to help you get started. And if you don't want to do that, that's okay too, because you have something to learn from the process of training. You'll learn inherently what AI is all about. So the two sides of AI. One we heard a lot about, the transactional side. So you see those gears, it's the heavy lifting, right? So it automates online tasks, your emails, you can respond to somebody more professionally, right? If you're upset with how they've been working, and right? There's all kinds of things you can do. A lot of people use it to create presentations. I certainly did. I absolutely did. And it's more and more common, right? The other thing is it assists in process mapping and data analysis. How many of you have used AI in your OD career to do process mapping and re-engineering? Nice, great. So there's so many opportunities for OD consultants to use it. But we're still in the transactional domain. And it can also support organizational improvement initiatives, right? You can assess where you are in the change management process and move your way forward. All really important and interesting ways to use AI. However, this is the part I'm most excited about, and I spend a lot of time experimenting with. This is my guilty pleasure. My guilty pleasure is, I'm calling it transformational AI, okay? And this is where AI and EI come together. So I just thank you, Janae, for hooking me up with this conference, because it's what I do all day. It's what I love. It's what I find most meaningful and fascinating. So you've connected, Janae, my raison d'etre with this conference. I feel very much connected with all the speakers who came up here. Now, one of the things that AI can be used to do is to foster your reflective practice. Now, for OD consultants, that's essential. A reflective practice is something that we develop and we practice over time because, OD work is hard, right? OD work is not easy. We're dealing in the domain of change, and we're dealing in the emotional minefields of being stuck and attached to the way things used to be. So it's really, really hard. So a reflective practice allows a practitioner to take a step back and just say, all right, what is going on? How do I stand in relationship to what's happening or what happened? Where are my assumptions? Where could I be more inclusive with diverse perspectives? How can I change the way that I look at the world? And it's this continuous learning mentality, but it's driven by you. And it's driven by a wish to get better and better and better in service to other human beings. Not process, being. All right? So that's a reflective practice. The other thing you can use, what I said before, is the ability to transform the way that we think, we feel, and we act. And what's not on there is to transform the way we are. Just being, right? Just being. And I think AI actually presents a real opportunity for that. It also enhances our understanding of complex systems. Things are getting super complex now. So we need different lenses to understand what is happening in our world. If we're being honest with ourselves, it's a little scary. Like, to the level of being shocking. And so we have to pay attention to that. All right, so let's talk about the process of transformative learning. And as I am explaining this process, I want you to think about your life. Like, let's make this relevant, okay? So the very first step in transformative learning is you're walking along, minding your own business, and then something happens. It stops you in your tracks, or it might throw you off of your tracks. It might be something that somebody said or did. It might be something you saw in a movie. It might be the birth of a child. It's something that's disorienting because you're not in tune with that. Your life has been something else up until that point. Has anyone experienced something disorienting in the last week? Give me your hand if you have. Yeah? Oh my goodness, you are all doing really good without the disorientation. I would say you cannot get through adult life unscathed, right? Think in your life, just to kind of put this in perspective, about unresolved dilemmas or unresolved conflicts. That person that you really never made up with and maybe you stopped talking to, right? That boss that you wanted to tell, I don't think what you were doing was right. I think that was wrong. But you feared speaking truth to power, right? So we are all, by virtue of being human, living in a disorienting dilemma field. This is what we do. And so we got to know how to interact with disorienting dilemmas. So it could be anything in the OD sphere. It could be group dysfunction, feeling stuck, saying the wrong thing. Sky's the limit. There's plenty of disorientation. But that's the first thing. And the reason that's important is that it shocks us. AI is a disorienting dilemma, right? And even just to think about what it's capable of doing is shocking. It's shocking. So what do you do with that? Do you get paralyzed in fear? No, we're the ones who help people get through that, right? So we don't want that to happen. So therefore, the next step is to help guide people in critical reflection. And people throw that word around a lot. But think about the way that you describe this conference, right? At the end of the day, someone's going to ask you, what was that conference like? And you're going to choose words to describe the conference. And those words carry meaning. The words you use may be different than the words I use, but why is that? Culture? Beautiful, thank you. Culture's a big one. What else? Perspective. And where do we get our perspectives from? Your beliefs, and where do we get those from? Socialization. I love it. Thank you, Dr. McIntosh. Socialization, including the hidden curriculum of life, right? There's a hidden curriculum involved. And where is that all taking place? It's happening right now in your experience, right? So you're hearing speakers, you're hearing me, you're hearing your own thoughts, and we're developing this path forward together. But to critically reflect on that means to pause and go, what is actually happening right now? Having an honest conversation with yourself. The next step is you can't do it alone. Like you can go in a closet, and I know the people who I've met who organize this conference, I have described myself like a cat because after engaging with people for a while, I like to go. Anybody feel like they're a cat? They like to retreat to a room quietly and curl up in a ball and just think. Is anybody like that? So you're introverts. If you're like that, you're an introvert. It just means you get your energy from doing that. Extroverts can reflect too, but extroverts really like reflecting in what's called reflective dialogue or discourse. And the beauty of this is that when you're reflecting together, you're sharing your perspectives, they are sharing their perspectives, and it allows for a changing and being changed. It's not one-sided. And that's pretty cool. That's really important. So to have an honest conversation with yourself is critical reflection, then to speak with somebody else and sort of like see what they're thinking about things, that's reflective dialogue. What's next? Well, we're going to pick out some things. We're going to create new ways of thinking and doing and being. Then we got to bring it back to our lives. We have to reintegrate it with what we're doing. So we got to test them out. We have to it's like there's two types of transformation, okay? There's transformation with a lowercase t. That's how we do things. Lowercase t, right? So like if you weren't one of those people who raised your hand earlier that you have an app on your phone, maybe by the end of this conference you'll download an app and you'll start playing with it. That's a form of transformation with a lowercase t. Capital T transformation is changing the way you see yourself, your sense of duty, your sense of relationship with others, your spirituality. And so when you're testing that out, what you're really doing is being present. You're like trying on a new way of being. And when you test it, you tailor it, right? It's like getting a new suit. You got to tailor it, right? And sometimes it doesn't feel right. And that's why it helps to have friends. And we'll talk about that in just a second. And then finally, what you do is you actually integrate what you've tested, what you feel, what you're doing differently into something that we would call routine. It's a new habit. You develop a new habit of mind, right? So you don't have to think about being a good communicator. You are, right? You don't have to think about being inclusive. You've unlocked that ability within you, and you do it naturally without a PowerPoint to tell you how to do it, right? So that's the last phase. And then it continues. Because sure enough, there's more disorientation in this life. It kind of defines our existence, doesn't it? Right? And so what I'm going to suggest is that where a lot of us are using AI to do things more effectively and efficiently, I think we also have to remember that there's beauty in imperfection. There's beauty in making mistakes and futzing things up. Not everything has to be hi-fi. Anybody have a record player at home? All right, good for you. Good for you. And I'll tell you why I like records. It's because they got the hisses and the pops, and sometimes they skip. I like that. So human beings do that too. AI is beginning to sterilize the way that we relate with others, right? And it makes it harder to make mistakes, right? Because everyone's looking so perfect in those emails, right? You know when you're reading one. You know when you're reading an AI email. You're like, that's a little too perfect, right? And then you're like, well, I do that too, so I'm going to overlook it. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to apply that cycle to a really critical concept called use of self. Who's familiar with that term, use of self, or self as instrument? Raise your hand really high if you're familiar with that. Okay, I'm so glad that I'm introducing this to many of you, because whether you're doing OD or leadership or something else, use of self is critical. And I'm going to give you a definition. It's kind of long, so we're going to kind of unpack it a little bit together. And then I'm going to show you an AI assistant I developed that leads people through the transformative learning process around use of self. Use of self means, first and foremost, being fully aware. So right now, I'm aware of my body language. Okay, maybe I use my hands too much. I've been accused of that, right? I'm aware of my tone of voice. I'm aware of how you're sitting. I'm aware of the thoughts running through my head, my inner cynic, my impostership syndrome. All of that is going on right now, and I'm fully aware. But most of our life we spend sleepwalking. William James, who I named my son after actually, William James once said that compared to what we ought to be, we're only half awake. Right? So the very first stop is being fully aware. But aware of who you are, right? Including all of those things, your strengths, what you're good at, your weaknesses, your biases, your emotional triggers, your doubts, all of the stuff that goes on in your mind. And there's a lot that goes on in our mind. Check in right now. Let's just be still for a second and check in on what's going on in your mind. The mind is a busy, inquisitive, obsessive place, right? It's hard enough to just pay attention to your own breath for 5 seconds, but imagine when you're with another fellow human being and they're speaking with you. That's how important awareness is. And so are our triggers. So we all have different triggers. That's like when we're at work, when we're dealing with people, something can trigger us. Something can make us really dive deep and ruminate and really lose a sense of awareness and put us on autopilot. Triggers are an important part. Knowing what they are, and then actively, when you're experiencing something new, testing new ways of dealing with those triggers. Okay? Can anybody think of a trigger you might have as an OD consultant? Shout it out loud. Like if you've heard something that makes you just go, oh, not again. AI. Oh my gosh. Well, well, Richard, I wasn't expecting that one. Well, I want to meet with you later. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, you got to be in person, right? Because being online, you're not really who you are. Wherever you go, there you are, right? What about, we've done this before, it doesn't work. Or how much do you get paid as a consultant? That's like my most triggering, that is my most triggering thing. Somebody trying to value what I'm worth or challenge my value. There's a very important person in my life who I want you to check out online. My personal mentor her name is Frances Baldwin. And Frances Baldwin works on something called intuitive consulting. This is how we sense what's going on. It's a very different way of engaging the consulting experience. And what she says is, you belong. You have a right to be there as a change agent and somebody facilitating change. Don't let anyone tell you that you're not, okay? It's hard to, right. Now, listen to yourself. Part of you is saying, I don't know if I really belong. Like, I'm kind of screwed up a lot. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I still have that self-doubt. But you see it, you recognize it, and you work with it. That's what it's all about, right? And you use that self-awareness to actually help other people, including yourself, navigate complex situations. That is a big breathful, but basically, if I could put it in a nutshell, I'll quote Dave Jamieson, who once said, and it just stuck in my head, yeah, check out Dave Jamieson, put that name down, check him out. He said that use of self is choosing to be your best self in every moment. That ain't easy. Especially if you get triggered. Especially if, do you know somebody in your life who knows your buttons? And they can just press that button. They put it like, It makes it really hard to choose to be your best self in that moment. You're all smiling because you know somebody. Usually it's your significant other because they know. But that's okay, because you do it to them also, so that's okay. All right, so here I'm going to actually show you how AI is working to lead you through a transformative learning process. This is where things get mind-boggling, and in experimenting with this, I still say, wow, that's really interesting. And as I walk you through this, I want you to think, where did this guy, right, because I don't know how many of you even know my name, but where did this guy insert ethical checks and balances in this approach? What is this person really trained this thing to do? All right, so first there's the warm-up. With transformative learning, you have to help people feel comfortable, right? Feel like they belong, that it's okay to have difficult conversations. So this is where it's going to get interesting, and I hope the volume is turned up, because Juniper, which is the voice, my favorite voice, on ChatGPT, is going to be talking to you, okay? And as we go through each step, I want you to think, what would I say? And you might even see some things that this example says that you're like, oh my gosh, they read my mind. Let's do it. You go to the use of self portal. I made this free for everybody. You click on I'm new to this, and here's what comes up.
Getting better at being your best self is a practice, and it isn't always easy, which is why we say kudos for trying out the use of self GPT. Now, while each of us may have some sense of what our best self is, this can vary significantly between individuals because our values are formed by our unique experiences. Similarly, over the course of our lives, it's natural to form habits, biases, and emotional residue that trigger us to make choices that do not always represent our best self. We like to call that being human. Can you relate?
I went overboard with the emojis. I know.
Yes, I love that energy. Before we jump in, give yourself a big old pat on the back. Mastering this process makes us better human beings and also better leaders, influencers, and consultants. My goal is to teach you more about use of self and help you reflect on your values in action, but that's where my usefulness ends. The care and empathy of a real human are far more meaningful, useful, and generative. So if you haven't already, find yourself a fellow traveler, an accountability buddy who's also walking this winding path of getting better at being their best self. Does that make sense?
Of course it does. Of course it does. All right, so now you've got the warm-up. Next step, let's dive into a disorienting dilemma. So now, if you're using this use of self-GPT or assistant, and I encourage you all to do this, think about what in your life right now doesn't match. When in life do your behaviors not match your value system, okay? Like, when are you not being your best self, right? Like, I have a father, and he has Parkinson's disease, and he says the craziest things. And sometimes he makes political arguments, and I just can't be quiet. I have to tell him, you're wrong, Dad. You're absolutely, and then I'm like the worst son in the world. But I get triggered by hearing things, right? Because I value things that what he's saying interrupt and clash with those values. But I'm not being my best self. I'm not being a good son. And there's usually a better way to empathize and relate. So that's the first step. And what you're going to see here is there was a study done in the Journal of Applied Behavioral Science. It was published by Hyun-Jun Yoon. And it is a fantastic study about the values of future global AI practitioners. And they did a study with 85 practitioners around the world, and they identified 9 values that are incredibly important for OD practitioners. And I built that into the system. So let's see how this works.
Let's get into it. So to kick things off, I'll list a few values that are often associated with being an outstanding OD consultant and leader. And let's be real, they're also not always easy to live up to in real life. Pick the number next to the value that you feel is most important to you, or maybe it's a trait of a leader you admire. We can always come back later to explore others. And if you have a different value in mind, just shout it out. Here we go. 1, having integrity. 2, being mindful. Continuous learning and innovating. 4, trusting and respecting others. 5, creating psychological safety. 6, appreciating and respecting diversity. 7, having the courage to do what is right. 8, creating strategic value. 9, encouraging growth and development. So, which one speaks to you the most right now?
Shout it out. I'm curious which one speaks to you the most right. 1, 7, 6, 7, 4. So here's the thing. I think of myself like a consultant to consultants. I have a weird niche, right? And the number one thing people say is number 7. And you, right? And you heard it in this room. And it makes sense because somebody with authoritative power is intimidating. They can burn you. They can end the engagement before you ever began. And so they have like this inordinate amount of sway and influence, and oftentimes it's done in a very selfish manner. You might even say all the time it's done in a very selfish manner if you're thinking like that. I don't know if that's always true, but in this case we're going to pick number 7. So shout out to everybody who said 7 in the room in the back. Good. All right. So you're going to like this. All right.
Ooh, yes, number 7, having the courage to do what is right. That is such a powerful and inspiring value, and also one that often asks us to show up even when it's uncomfortable, inconvenient, or downright scary. Let's take a closer look at what this value looks like in action, according to the OD Values in Action framework. Having the courage to lead and do what's right means fearlessly speaking truth to power and tackling tough topics head-on. Proactively identifying and addressing potential issues, even those unnoticed by clients. Standing up against injustice with courage. Challenging the status quo and questioning assumptions, especially when they hinder progress. Embracing the courage to ask questions and openly express doubts. Acting with decisiveness, confidence, and grace. Cultivating a work environment where authenticity, honesty, rigor, and integrity thrive, fostering open and honest dialogue. That's some fierce and noble work, right? Tell me, do any of these specific actions feel more difficult for you than others when you're trying to lead or consult for positive change? Which one gives you that gulp feeling in the pit of your stomach?
So speaking truth to power, definitely, that was mine. I'm just going to give it away. I still do have some issues with that. So now we're in critical reflection land. We've named it. And we're going to explore what's behind your worries, all right? Let's see what happens.
Oh, yep. That's a very real and valid fear. And you're not alone in feeling that way, especially in environments where power dynamics are sharp and psychological safety isn't guaranteed. What you're dealing with here is the tension between your value of integrity and courage, and your deeply human need for security and belonging. Let's slow it down and do a bit of imagining together. If there were absolutely no consequences, what do you really wish you could say or do in that situation? Let your mind and heart answer freely. No filters. What would your best self want to express or do in a moment where something just wasn't right, but power was in the way?
All right, so like, what would you say? What would you really say, right? After like a drink, or you're kind of feeling like, I don't have anything to lose, what would you really say? So I'm going to be very transparent and say, this is what I would say. I would want to tell the person in power that they're doing things selfishly. They're not listening to what the employees have to say, and they're wasting time. It's unethical. You can't say that to a leader. You wish you could, but you can't. Let's see what this assistant has to say about that.
Whoa, that is powerful, clear, and deeply grounded in your values. What you just shared shows a strong sense of justice, a desire for authentic dialogue, a commitment to employees being heard, and a willingness to name unethical behavior, which is not easy. But I also hear the internal cost, the fear that calling this out might threaten your livelihood. That's heavy, and it makes total sense why this creates a kind of emotional freeze or silence. Let's dig just a little deeper. What do you think might happen if you spoke that truth out loud, directly or even indirectly, to this person in power? What's the worst case scenario that your mind plays out?
So this is trained in social psychology, lots of theories I'll show you in a second what it's been trained in, but like that's the question my mom always asked me as a little boy and even as a grown man when I'm worried about something. What is the worst possible thing that can happen? Did any of you go there? Boy, it's a place of anxiety, but it's much easier to do if you have another human being to validate you. So as we go through this process, just ask yourself, if I had a buddy doing this with me, like the GPT asks, right? We might even pause at every stop along the way and say, yeah, I feel that way too, right? This is getting weird, isn't it? A little bit? Tell me how awkward this is for you so far. I want to hear words, like where are you so far with this thing, this potential monster I've created? What do you think so far? Let's do a little pause. I hear a lot of people talking, kind of like, "Rah." Do we have that microphone? I don't know if we still have that microphone floating around. If we don't, we can maybe get it flowing around for later, but I'm really curious what people think. Because at this point, it gets scary. It gets a little scary. Raise your hand if you want to share what's going through your mind and your heart right now. We are literally combining AI and EI, and we're doing it in a human system. It's not either or. It's both the human, the system, and a buddy. Anybody? Strong opinions, raise your hand. Here's one right over here. Thank you, sir.
One of the things I'm realizing, or it's playing out in my mind, is it's an application that I've seen used already in therapy and stuff like that. Not that I'm doing therapy, but I should probably.
No.
But I probably should be. But I probably should be. But anyway, as I'm saying, it's an application I've seen used in theory, in therapy. And one of the powerful things about it is that it's a great starting point for even for people who are afraid of expressing themselves. The downside I am seeing is the inability for people to recognize that this is not human, and it is actually bunches of ones and zeros that is learned to actually replicate a kind of conversation and concern and stuff. And sometimes people get lost in it. So I don't know how we'd put the guardrails on it to get the best of it, but also to educate people about what it really is doing.
I really appreciate that comment. I really appreciate that comment and that question, right? It is kind of scary how we can actually lose. It's almost like when you watch a movie and it's not real, but you have a suspension of disbelief and you begin to believe it's real. You're in this form of consciousness where you actually believe it's real. Well, here's the crazy thing. This is going to get more and more and more real. And when we have artificial general intelligence, it's really going to get scary. So it's our responsibility as people who deal in the world of change to build those guardrails in. It's so essential. And we're going to talk about ethics in just a bit. All right, thank you for that. Good modeling. All right. And no worries about therapy. You're good. All right, so let's see if we can get this going here. So what are you worried will happen? So I'd be worried that they'll yell at me, right? They'll say, what are you talking about? They might even fire me on the spot. I've seen it happen, right? It's not an invalid fear. And since they're a well-known member in the industry, they might spread the word. And my career is done. That's real. Has anybody worried about something like that before? Yeah, this is deep stuff, right? Like, oh my gosh, so what does this AI system have to say? Well, we're heading into reflective dialogue.
That's real, that's raw, and I'm so grateful you named it. You're holding a legitimate and layered fear here, not just of conflict, like yelling or being fired, but of reputation harm and the ripple effect it could have on your entire career. That is a lot to carry. So let's pause and appreciate this. You still want to act with integrity. You still want to speak up for what's right. You still care deeply about employees and ethics. That takes immense courage, even when the risk is high. So the question becomes, what's a small, safe, doable baby step you can take that moves just an inch closer to expressing your truth without putting your livelihood on the line? Let's brainstorm together. Here are a few gentle baby step ideas.
All right. So I paused it at this point because I want to talk about the importance of baby steps in transformative learning. How many of you make a New Year's resolution every year? How many of you keep it? Here's the problem with New Year's resolutions. They're usually really romantic, like I'm going to run a marathon, right? And that's the surest way to kill a transformation, is to be like, I'm going to do, it's going to be great, and then no. But the best way to do it is just like put one sneaker on. Start there, make that your goal. What happens when you put one sneaker on? You want to put the other one on? Is that what I'm hearing? And then you take them off because you're like, that's enough for today. That's too much. Well, maybe, right? And then maybe you say, all right, well, I'm being kind of ridiculous about this. I'll just walk around the block, right? And I'll do that every day. I'll go for a walk. And then it gets better and better. Maybe you get a running buddy, right? It's always better with somebody else. So what's really important in using AI here for transformative learning and in your work is not romanticizing the change. It's helping people realize that baby steps matter. And sometimes baby steps have the biggest outcomes. In fact, I would say oftentimes they do, right? Just a well-placed question, and somebody can say, who are you? Do I know you? You sound like a completely different human being. Just a small change can have a huge difference. So here's what we do now. How do you test that new way of being? Uh-oh.
Thank you for your honesty. That kind of inner check-in is exactly what use of self is all about. You're being mindful not only of what you want to say, but also of how it might land, especially in a high-stakes power dynamic that's both emotionally intelligent and strategic. So let's fine-tune this baby step so it stays honest, respectful, non-blaming, low risk, still aligned with your value of courage plus integrity. Here's a gentle language frame you could try that focuses on impact without implying blame or motive. I've been hearing some concern from team members about how decisions are being communicated. I think there's a lot of desire to feel more involved or heard in the process. I'm wondering if there's space to open up that dialogue a bit more. Why this works? You're making an observation, not an accusation. You're advocating for employee voices, not your own agenda. You're inviting collaboration, not confrontation. How does that version land for you? Do you feel like it would still honor your truth, even in this softened form? Or do you want to tweak the tone or focus even more?
Well, I'm worried still. I'm not sure if I can do that. In fact, I think it might have the worst outcome. So I might say something like this. I like number 2, but I'm afraid that it might sound like I'm hinting that the person is to blame. Right? You know what passive-aggressive behavior is, right? What if I say something and they're like, oh, you mean me? Oh, I see what you're trying to say there. So this is my worry. Let's see what it says.
Oh yeah, that what if spiral is so real. And again, it makes perfect sense you're worried. You're anticipating how someone in power might deflect, deny, or double down. And that anticipation is your nervous system trying to protect you from harm. But here's the beautiful truth. You can hold your integrity and stay safe if you're skillful about how you respond when those tough reactions come up. Let's practice those what ifs now, so you don't feel caught off guard. If they say, are you saying I'm doing the wrong thing? You could respond with, not at all. I trust that you're making decisions with the best intentions. I just wanted to share what I've been hearing so that we don't miss an opportunity to create more alignment or trust. This gives them dignity. You're not backing down, but you're also not escalating. If they say, employees do have a say, they're just complaining. You might try. That makes sense. I know it can feel like complaints sometimes, but I also wonder if some of that feedback is pointing to a deeper need for clarity or connection. I just thought it was worth surfacing. That's respectful and courageous. You're not contradicting them outright, but you are gently holding space for another perspective. How do those responses feel to you? Want to try crafting your own version, or would it help if we practiced a mock exchange together? Let's make this baby step something you feel really ready to take.
All right, so at this point, if you're like me, you're watching this and you're going, oh my gosh, I'm gonna lose my job. Oh my gosh, what has he created? You will never lose your job. Here's why you'll never lose your job. Well, let me ask you, why will you never lose your job when you have something doing all this? Microphone, where's the microphone? Why do you think? Over here. Gentlemen, raise your hand up over there so he knows where to go. All right, you're never gonna lose your job. Let's hear why.
Good day, everyone. The human element is what feeds an output like that. So you need something to be able to train the system. That's the first thing. And also have data points that are feeding the data into your AI so it produces a particular response.
Yes. Love that. It makes me think about a realization I had, which is people are going to ask AI for help like this anyway. Just think about that. They already are. They're asking for therapeutic advice from non-experts who have been trained on general things, right? So if they already are, and we have an opportunity to train these things correctly and to make sure that ethics are the starting, the middle, and the ending point for all AI transactions. That is the linchpin for all of this. And I'm going to kind of jump ahead a little here. I can say, I'm still worried. What if they say you're saying I'm doing the wrong thing? And you can go on and on. You can go back and forth doing all of this, right? All right, now it's time to integrate that new habit of mind. Here's what this was actually trained on. It was not only trained to lead people through the process of transformative learning, and this is why theory matters and behavioral science research matters. It was trained in espoused theory versus theory in use. Raise your hands if you know any of these. Oh, we have another person.
Sorry, I was just going to speak to what was asked earlier as well.
Please.
I think what was really good is that it's taking the other person's perspective. It's taking the other person's perspective in mind. So from the power play perspective, I would be the person who is trying to speak to somebody in authority, and I'm not always going to consider their perspective when emotions are running high, when I'm afraid, when I don't know how they're going to respond. So I think what was good about it is that it came from a calmer perspective, bringing the person in power's role in all of it, and bearing in mind that yes, there is a power play. You don't want to come across authoritative or trying to be insulted. But at the same time, getting your voice heard. So there was respect that came across in the suggested solutions as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. There is respect, and if you're thinking about this and you're thinking, well, there's bias built into AI. All right, what is bias? This is really important. Bias means making a decision between two things. You have to have criteria to make a decision, right? So if you were standing in line and you were getting like some fruit outside, you're like, all right, I have to make a choice. Unless you like piled, I saw some people coming in with a lot of fruit on their plate. But let's say you're making a choice, right? You're using an internal bias to make that choice. And a lot of times it's unconscious. You just feel like watermelon, I don't know. Don't ask me why, I just feel like it. That's bias. So you hear a lot of people saying we need to remove the bias from AI. AI would not function without bias. It couldn't make decisions to even speak to you without bias. So what you do is you flood it with bias. You give it the bias, okay? And that's what these theories are about. These theories are the bias. It's a different way to think about it. So raise your hand if you know these theories. Constructive developmental theory. Anybody know that? These are some good ones to know. Good. Excellent. We got our sandals reps in the back, right? Excellent, thank you. How about dealing with client relationships? Peter Block, dealing with resistance, all right? We have adaptive leadership by Ron Heifetz. Anybody know that? These are like, I'm just name dropping, but these are things that should be on all of your bookshelves or Kindles. Psychological safety, anyone heard of that one? Amy Edmondson's work is all over the place right now for many reasons. Mindful attitudes, anyone know John Kabat-Zinn? All right, good. Again, sandals. Sandals my people over there. All right. Fly me down to do some work with you. I'd be very happy to. All right. So that's what you train it in. But, here is something I'm going to end on. It begins with ethics, it works through ethics, and it ends with ethics. Ethics is not just about doing the right thing. It's about understanding the consequences and the ripple effect of your behaviors, especially on systems that are complex, where those, again, to borrow Dr. McIntosh's words, the monsters live and creep. So you need these checks. What you're seeing here is a guideline number 7 to an OD oath. And I'm going to explain what that is in a second. But it hasn't existed. This has existed sort of in different forms, but more or less in a list. There's never been an ethical guideline for working with AI and OD, and this was my best shot. And we're going to improve it, because I'm all about open source. So open source OD is free. Check it out, opensourceod.com. You can add your thoughts here, because we've got to figure this out together. Ethical use of AI tools is important because they can offer valuable insights while still requiring human oversight to ensure context and ethics are maintained. Dilemmas may surface where there's pressure to rely on AI-generated outputs without sufficient critical review, or when biases in AI affect outcomes. I would put the tail end of that, I'd say adversely. And there's some examples. The OD practitioner oath was developed by looking at several different ethical statements from many different sources that expound on the virtues of OD. Okay? So I'm going to encourage you all to take a stand. I want to encourage you all to, if you have your phone, put it up, get that, go read the oath. There are multiple guidelines under that oath, and take the oath. You don't have to put your email or anything. Just put your name. Take a stance. We have to take a stance together, and that's where I'm going to end this, because this is just experimental. There's a lot more that we have to do. Now, I don't know how far over my time I've gone, and I also realize that we're already way over time. So normally I'd ask for questions, but I want to do a check-in with our organizers to see where we're at. I think our organizers ran away because we're way over time, which I wouldn't blame them. Then in that case, what I'm going to do is end my presentation now and then just be available if you have any questions, right? You got the tie, you know what I look like, right? Just come and talk to me. I'd love to talk with you about these sorts of things. thank you all for your attention and for your willingness to entertain this new approach. Thank you. Oh, here comes our MC. Yeah.
All right. I think all of this is challenging us to look at who we are and where we are in our lives and how it is that we're going to incorporate AI and ensure that we are also managing this whole issue of emotional intelligence. What an absolutely fantastic presentation. And you need to put your hands together for Dr. Brennell again. And of course, I am going to give you a few minutes, so if you have questions, only about 5 minutes, because we're trying now to manage our time. We have to do much better in terms of our time. Any questions? Yes? Can we get to the microphones there? Doc, can you come back up so you can answer the questions? All right, so go ahead. And I'm going to encourage you to make the questions.
A question?
Yes.
Wow, do we know each other or what?
Okay. Possibly, who knows? So my question is, you referenced OpenAI a lot, right? Or open source, sorry, a lot. Yeah. But if you're trying to train an AI to manage or better handle situations from an environment utilizing emotional intelligence, is OpenAI or open source AI the best approach from a perspective of training the AI?
Interesting. So just to be clear, the open approach is for OD consultants to work together and get better at their craft. AI is actually, the one that I'm talking about is not open source, but it does make me wonder, what would that look like? What would it look like if you just opened it up for anyone to put their biases in? That worries me a little bit. Okay, that worries me a little bit, but I appreciate the question. I think people should think about that question. How are these things being developed? Are they being developed by psychologists, organizational psychologists, or just kind of everyday people who are saying what they want? It's a great question.
So the source of the information is always going to be very important, and I know you heard me say, because that's a crazy world that we'd live in if anybody was able to just input whatever they wanted to, and then the persons who are doing the research and trying to get the information, they're running with everything they get. So it's about managing the process. Any other question? Come on, don't be shy. You're not getting any lunch unless you ask a question.
How about suggestions?
Oh, Doc is saying you could make suggestions. Any suggestions? Or concerns? None. All right, so the microphone is still over there, so go right ahead.
Thanks. So just in reference to what was asked a while ago, I know there are companies out here, I think Tourist Board might be one of them, that was shared last year at the conference. What they did was create their own AI tool to be used in-house, and because they used their own data and they curated the content that trained it, they were able to minimize the external biases that would influence the operations, and they were better able to contain the responses.
That makes me so nervous. It feels right? Because you're keeping biases out. But here's the unintentional negative consequence. The monster is you're not allowing diverse perspectives in. That worries me. And I don't know what the answer is. It's a tension. It's an important one. And I'm glad you brought that up. Great, great comment. Any others before I... There's a gentleman with blue shirt. Did you have your hand up? There's a lot of gentlemen with blue shirts on. Sorry. Who's the gentleman with the blue shirt?
You change your mind? Oh, all right, fine.
Okay.
All right. So, no more? No more. Yes. Oh, one more. Maybe this. Camille. I'll just stand here and ask.
All right, good morning, afternoon, everybody. It's just something that I recognized as we were going through the process. Whatever the response was from the user, there was a validation to say, yeah, we understand what's happening. There was never a point when they said, no, you can't feel that way, that sort of a thing. So I found that interesting, that it validated what was said.
A key aspect of transformative learning is validation. And I want to validate your comment with a prize. I think we maybe do a prize. What do you say? Yes?
I say yes.
I say yes. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. And validation is built in. And I just want to tell you all one really crazy thing that I'm going to take from my trip to Jamaica. This is my first time here. I know. It's amazing. Yesterday morning, I went to visit UTech, which is where Dr. McIntosh is from. And I met a young lady named Ayana Jack, who's a sophomore there. I don't know, is that how you say it? Second year. And she's already developing these things. She's programming them. She's an ambassador for Microsoft and other really well-known organizations. She runs hackathons. Incredible. So, look, if we don't get this right, I have a lot of hope in the next generation. And UTech is doing something really right. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop there and wish you all the best at this conference. Here you go.
Thank you so very much. And of course, you know that in true Jamaican spirit, first of all, I know that this is not your last time to Jamaica, because once you come, brother, you're just gonna keep coming back. Yes, and you don't need an invitation to come. Just come anytime you feel like.
Do you have a place I can stay?
Yes, we can work that out. And Leslie knows the best pan chicken man around the place.
You shouldn't have given that away.
All right. So check Leslie for that. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for him. Awesome presentation. And of course, we show our love here in Jamaica. And so Dr. McIntosh is going to make a presentation to him.
Dr. Brendel, can you join me, please? What an awesome presentation. You transformed our thinking. You introduced us to the concept of transformative learning, and we were transformed. I was glued to your presentation, and thank you for demonstrating to us how we can integrate AI and EI, and how it is that we can use the technology to develop emotional intelligence. And I'm so happy that you showed that to us today. I learned a lot. You took us on a journey, and I appreciate you so much. And I'm sure all of us, we were transformed today. So to show our appreciation for sharing your knowledge, I want to say thank you on behalf of CARICODE for taking us on that transformative journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It means a lot coming from you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Dr. Brendel. Thank you, Dr. McIntosh. Put your hands together for him and for her. All right, so we ain't finished with you yet. And when you come to a conference of this nature, I know you go, listen to me. Let me see the hands of those individuals who have attended CARICODE conferences before. And you're back. Because when you come, your cup full till it run over. I was saying to Richard outside that when I come to a conference, I stand on the stage and I am guiding you through the process. But let me tell you something. You see what I learn? It's like it takes me to such a height that it takes me a few days to come down from that. But at the end of that process, what is important is not just that you're learning, but that you share what you have learned. So you're not here for yourself alone. You're here because you are helping to build your organizations, helping to build your homes, because believe you me, let me tell you, that what you learn in this conference about organizational development, start a yard with it. And then take it into the organizations. It will make a huge difference. All right, so you will note that we've had to do some major adjustments in time because we're running behind. But we are going to try to see how best we can make that time up. So what we're doing now is we're going to move quickly to our next presentation. Lunch, by the way, is going to be at 1:30, I believe. Is it 1:30? Can we confirm? Yes? Ian? Is Ian in the room? Lunch is 1:30. Right, so lunch is at 1:30. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite Ian to come up because he is going to introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker is also an international speaker, Mrs. Janae Young, and she will be looking at OD as an economic game changer, EI as the key to authentic AI connections. Sounds like it's going to be a blast. Put your hands together for Ian.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to introduce to us our next speaker. Janae Young is the founder and principal talent and organizational development practitioner for One Extraordinary Life, LLC. Janae is the founder of a New Jersey-based woman-owned small business specializing in talent and organizational development solutions. The company offers a wide range of services, including HR consulting, executive and professional coaching, organizational development interventions focused on team dynamics and organizational culture, workforce and leadership development programs, as well as change management strategies. Additionally, the company provides professional development e-learning courses. Business clients include organizations and individual learners committed to their personal and career growth. With nearly 20 years of experience in corporate settings, Janae has held various roles in human resources, talent, and organizational development. She has designed, implemented, and facilitated leadership development programs, coaching and mentoring initiatives, and large-scale system-wide change management efforts. Janae holds an MSc in Organizational Development and Leadership from the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine and a BSc in Business Administration Management concentration from Pierce College. She is a certified professional in talent development through the Association for Talent Development and has completed coach training programs. Janae is actively involved in the professional community, serving as a member of the board for the Organization Development Network, ODN, and as a liaison from the International Organization Development Association, IODA. She has also contributed as a board member for the local elementary schools Parent Teachers Association and co-chaired the Philadelphia Region Organizational Development Network from 2015 to 2016, where she remains an active member. Her professional memberships include the Society for Human Resource Management, the Organization Development Network, the International Organization Development Association, and the Association for Talent Development, ATD. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and make welcome Janae Young.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? So wonderful to be here. Thank you to our conference organizers, our esteemed guests. It's wonderful to see everyone. I look out into the crowd and I'm grateful to be back a second year. Last year was my first year and I was blown away. When I was in the airport, I was like, oh, I'm back next year. And I'm grateful to see so many faces that are returning from last year as well. I just have to say thank you to Ms. Ilsa Duvernay. In the Organization Development Network, when we talk about organization development across the world, her name resonates with all of the powerful things that are happening in the Caribbean and beyond. Her impact continues to be honored. We talk about what we can continue to do. If she makes a call, we're here to help. And so we're really grateful I'm really grateful to have been invited, and thank you for speaking. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Oh, thank you. Okay, yes. The clicker, okay. And I'm also really thankful for Bill for the invitation. My friend Bill with Organization Development Network, we had a retreat about 2 weeks ago, which he facilitated with his masterful information. So I just thank you for that and everyone involved. And Althea, our MC, being interviewed, coming out here was just really exciting to see everybody be here. So thank you so much. I will tell you, and my wonderful husband who joined here today. He took off for work to be here, so thank you. Thank you, dear. So today's topic, I'll tell you a bit about myself. Sometimes I hear an introduction, I'm like, oh, it's been a little while that I've been in the world of organization development. I call myself an OD practitioner who specializes in strategic talent management. I've mostly spent my time either as an internal OD practitioner in human resources departments. I'm born and raised in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I live in South Jersey in the U.S. And I've been internal OD practitioner or an external OD practitioner through One Extraordinary Life. Because I continue to get requests to do organization development and talent development, I did organize into One Extraordinary Life, but I have worked internally in some industries as hospitality. I worked for hospitality organization. I've worked in big box retail. I've worked in healthcare and organization development and human resources. I've worked in insurance over this past just over 20 years. And so this subject where we're bringing together organization development and we're thinking about healthy systems, we called this work being a part of healthy systems and ensuring that people can show up and bring their best selves to work, their intellectual rigor, and be able to meet the needs and the desires of our organization's strategic priorities. When we think about OD as a catalyst for making those connections and driving transformation across borders, we want to leverage all of that together. We want to be able to expand our horizon. To me personally, the theme speaks so deeply because One Extraordinary Life is about ensuring that you maximize your potential in this one journey we have in this life. And so expanding your horizon to me just speaks to the heart. This work is near and dear and important, and I'm grateful to be here with you to talk about it. So let's think about some of our learning objectives today. We want to understand OD as a transformation, as a practitioner, scholar, or professional, whichever you hold. We're key stakeholders for positive or appreciative impact on the Jamaica 2030 strategy that our Honorable Minister spoke about earlier today, and all of you are involved. I even saw in my research that there is a citizen's view of the 2030 strategy, and wonderful to hear all of the strides that are being made. Kudos to all of the strides that are continuing to be made and leveraging AI in this. Gaining insight into the importance of harmonizing emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence into your personal and professional practice. That way you can expand your horizon to continue to grow as a professional. Learn how organization development facilitates holistic transformation by integrating AI systems into your processes. And we want to make sure that we think about those ethical implications that Dr. Brindell talked about, our Honorable Minister talked about earlier of labor and Social Security talked about earlier. So we want to make sure that we are thinking about those ethical implications because The one thing with AI technology, we see how dynamic and powerful it is, but it is not apples to oranges when we think about how we feel about it and what kind of implications there are ethically. So want to make sure to talk about that as well. Let's see if I can advance this. Oh. I see the staff. Oh, did it go? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so one of our learning domains, we're talking about our personal effectiveness and strategy. And I'm not going to read every little thing to you, but you can just see that ensuring that you understand how emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence works, it does increase your personal effectiveness. It does help you to be able to foster forward strategy in your organizations and for your country as well. And without doing that, it's almost like, how many of you consider yourself either OD practitioners, OD scholars, or OD curious? How many of you raise your hand? Okay, yes. And if you are not in organization development, how many are professionals working actively in an organization? Okay, most of you, good amount of you. Okay, great. And then how many of you are leaders of people? Good amount of you as well. Okay, great. So you want to continue to have your personal effectiveness increased. You want to make sure that you continue to make impact. And being able to be a lifelong learner, you're here today because you're a lifelong learner. And if you know something, we'll talk a little bit about organization development values. One of those is committed to being a lifelong learner, because we want to ensure that we continue to help society and our organizations progress. So I want to share a little story with you about organization development across the borders. So think back to 2022. I want you to picture a scene with me. So as announced a little earlier, I'm a liaison to the International OD Association, and so there are different organization development associations that are across the world. This one in particular had a conference back in 2022 in Barcelona, Spain. So we had a good day of talking about the multicultural impact of organization development and how things play out in different geographic areas. So if you have a certain approach in management, it may look one way if you implement it in one organization or in one geographic location than it would another way. Particularly, we were having a conversation about being able to lead with courage and how that may look different in an Asian culture, in Asian organizations, than in an organization that may not be, because of the humility and the emphasis on hierarchy and how you can approach things. So we were talking a little bit about that nuance. We had some great conversation that day, and then all of us went out into Spain for tapas. And we were sitting in the evening under market lights in beautiful Barcelona, Spain, and there was two gentlemen from Hungary. There was the former president of IOTA, Michelle. She's from South Africa. There was a woman from Germany, a lady from Chile, another lady from Mexico, a few of us from the United States. I'm on the East Coast. Three people from the Midwest came. We had 2 people from Canada who came. So this is like a really dynamic group of people internationally. And we're all having conversations about the lessons we learned that day. We had a cultural experience. We went to downtown Barcelona as a group and did some what we call like the experience. Like we go and have conference and then we have experience. And then we all met up under these market lights and we're all talking. And you hear everyone talking about how, what we're going to do for the next conference, and people reflecting on past conference and what we learned for today and how great it was. And at the end of about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours of us having these conversations, everyone's making their way back and getting prepared for the next day of conference. And as I'm walking away, there was someone who was in the courtyard who was listening to the conversation. And he says, excuse me, can I ask you a question? I said, oh, sure. He said, what kind of group is this? I said, what do you mean? He said, never have I heard so many people speaking English with different accents, getting along with each other and having a good time with each other and seeming to have so much in common. I've never seen anything like that before. What kind of group is this? It's like, oh, this is an organization development group. You see when you are in organization development and when you have conversation, as we were talking, it's no matter where you go in the world, these values, the oath that Dr. Brindell talked about, the wanting to do well for country, wanting to do well for self and for organization, you can find a kindred soul, a kindred spirit all across the world talking about the same things and wanting the same good. So we're all in good company with each other for wanting to be able to understand how to continue to do this work. But it is boundless across boundaries. Organization development AI was talked about last year at this conference. The Organization Development Network held an OD conference focusing on AI back in October of 2024, and that was in Cleveland, Ohio. We have this conference this year in 2025. There's one that will refer to this topic at Sacred Heart University in Connecticut next month. There will also be the 4th World OD Summit, which will be in Accra, Ghana, September 3rd through 5th, also talking about AI and OD. So this is a topic that will continue to progress all across the world because of the dynamic emphasis of being able to be effective and be professionals that help now and evolve the way that we use the technology. Many of you will ask, like, where did AI come from? Why is it that it's so dynamic and all of a sudden we're paying attention to it? Now, earlier, there was a question about using AI on your telephone, and most of you, about maybe a little bit more than half of the room, raised their hand to say that you use the application. And probably by next year, we'll all be using the application. But when you think about, like, what is the emphasis, back in 2022, OpenAI or ChatGPT became available on the market, empowering almost anyone to have this kind of capability available to themselves. And organizations jumped on how they can maximize it, and people are jumping on how to maximize it. So just wanting to think about that emphasis and thinking about we're all in good company. OD across the borders is talking about this topic everywhere in the world. When we think about organization development and business leaders, integrating our insight for action, we empower people, systems, and our strategies together. And so that is the power of combining organization development and our business leadership purview. When we talk about organization development values, I know Dr. Brindell talked about some OD values earlier, and many of these align. I did get this. Some of these are adapted from the Global Competency Framework offered by the Organization Development Network. And back in 2016, 17, and 18, there was a worldwide OD gathering to talk about defining more of our attributes and our values and capabilities in the field. And this comes from that work. If you're interested in more information about that, you could visit the Khalil Jameson website, where the work from the 3-year OD gathering exists. But these are 10 organization development values. And so we talked about courage. Dr. Brindell talked about courageous leadership and his wonderful intervention there, or innovation there with ChatGPT. I cannot wait to try that out. I'm looking forward to trying that out. But courageous leadership, awareness of self and system, that use of self piece, knowing that I understand that I might be experiencing something dynamic that's happening. As I'm speaking to you, you're having conversations or speaking within yourself. How are you experiencing this moment? How are you experiencing what you're learning and what's showing up for you? Integrity, continuous learning and innovation, democratizing information. I would think that the Kurt Lewins of the world, some of the pioneers of organization development back in the 1940s and 50s and in the 60s, who really talked about the importance of democratizing information, would be really proud of a moment like this, where at the click of a button, you can talk to anyone across the world at any time and be able to share meaningful information to help each other progress and grow. So democratizing information, which has always been the strive for organization development, is now even more easy with the technology we have. You'll see 6 organization development capabilities. So those are our strengths in action. And you'll see that being future focused is one of the primary things. We always want to stay ahead of the curve with our learning. We want to be sure that we're thinking holistically across our systems. Okay, so I know we've talked about generative AI and artificial intelligence, and I believe you all are aware of what that is. I just put a definition on the screen, but when you think about what generative AI is and why it's so different from AI that has been around for more than 50 years, it's because it's conversational. It's because it's almost human-like. It was a perfect demonstration to have Dr. Brendel before us to show us really the power of generative AI, different from a decision-making AI that may be, like a Siri or something like that, or a technology that's just going to give you either or answers. This one is almost human-like in the way that it responds and connects. And I learned so much of this in a year. If you're newer to AI and you're trying to get used to it and understand it, I remember feeling that way about a year ago. And when organization development, when these conferences started to help our field learn more about it, I began to get a lot more comfortable. And one of those people who were really instrumental was Leslie. Leslie Folk, your conversation with us last year was dynamic and really helped me understand prompt engineering and all of the things that go into generative AI. And so I look forward that you're going to be speaking at the conference as well this year. But that's so learned about a lot about generative AI. You'll learn more about that throughout the conference and the various types of AI and how it has progressed over the last 50 years or so. But we are at a place where we don't know what's next, and we had a speaker earlier who helped us envision all the way into the future what it must be like, and because it's going to be like that in the future, you want to make sure that you're staying ahead of the trend. This is a study from McKinsey. And McKinsey is telling us, anyone familiar with McKinsey and Company? They're one of the largest consultants for organizations, dynamic research. If you don't know McKinsey and Company and you're trying to get some research for how to do work in strategic management or business leadership, this is a great resource. But they're talking about how organizations are adapting for an advantage and enterprises are restructuring around AI itself. Come on, clicker. Let's click. Oh, there we go. So McKinsey survey tells us that businesses and leaders are trying to understand how to get a return on their investment through AI. We play a big part in helping them make those decisions and especially keeping it human-centric. So I want you to take a look at, we've been talking about emotional intelligence. As an organization development practitioner, between the emotional intelligence, I like to use particularly this assessment, so really a dynamic assessment, the EQI 2.0 from Management Health Systems. It's a workplace report that gives you a good information about what artificial intelligence is and measuring the domains of artificial intelligence. But between this assessment, Myers-Briggs type indicator. Who's heard of Myers-Briggs type indicator or taken it? Oh, good. If you've taken it, what's your type? Someone tell me what your type is, 4-letter type, MBTI? Oh, I heard what is it? INFJ. Oh, INFJ. Oh, wonderful. Okay, thank you. Yes, you know your Myers-Briggs type, which is great. If you haven't taken that one, that's a really dynamic one to take as well. Or DISC. Has anyone taken a DISC assessment? Familiar with DISC? Okay, good stuff. Good. Okay. So with emotional intelligence, between those 3 assessments, I've delivered in the neighborhood of probably over, maybe close to 1,500 over since 2009. Leadership development cohorts, executive leaders with these assessments, continuously doing one or the other of these. And I can tell you that when there are leaders looking for people to guide organizations in making a decision, one of the biggest key factors of whether or not someone is going to be promoted, even if they're really technically strong at their job, is whether or not they have emotional intelligence. And so I've done a lot of coaching around these because usually people get promoted because they're really skilled at getting things done, but it's not enough. Behavior matters. It is the complete component of the job to have both the behavior and the performance. And so emotional intelligence helps us with that. And so here are some of the factors that are under the EQI 2.0 report. You'll see that there are 5 different domains for emotional intelligence here. So it's self-perception and self-expression, the interpersonal portion of organization development, how one makes decisions, and how one manages stress. So if someone needs to continue to work through through emotional intelligence, these are the domains that they want to pay attention to show up as a stronger professional and a stronger colleague and stronger in their personal effectiveness. So if we are thinking about AI that's going to be helping us think about these domains in action, and we can interact with the technology like the GPT that will help us further ourselves and be able to go and ask questions around how to strengthen domains. Those are great ways to be able to do that. Now, I want to be mindful on, was there a time in the back? Okay. You'll continue to show me? Okay, great, thank you. So when we think about the coexistence of emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence, if we think between these two and how they can generate, if we think here about how it enhances our communication, how it helps us with emotional well-being, it is, in describing this, I know I keep referring back to Dr. Brendel, it's almost masterful to have seen it in work, coming off the page, like seeing it in real time, being able to manage through some of the issues or some of the things that we have. I've asked ChatGPT to help me weigh pros and cons of a decision. I've asked ChatGPT to help me develop for my daughter, nut-free and tree nut free and fish free 7-day diet meal plan, and it was able to do that. The dynamics of what it can do between work and personal is unimaginable. So thinking about thinking about enhancing our emotional well-being, being able to think about what kind of vitamin do I need to take if I have a deficiency. What can I do to help to care for elders? All of these things are possible through ChatGPT. So last year, I went through a Mark Cuban AI bootcamp training, and this was an offering for high school students. And what high school students are learning to do with AI was pretty remarkable. One of the things that they demonstrated AI technology will be able to help with was someone who had a voice recorded on YouTube because they had done videos, had an accident that made them paralyzed from the neck down. They also could not speak. There was a technology developed from a company that was able to implant, now that's going very far, but they were able to implant technology that allowed this person to speak in their voice by typing, and the computer could have their voice. So all of the implications between human and machine, we have to be able to train it so that we cannot have it go off the rails and create monsters, but what it's able to do in healthcare and for people are remarkable. So there is much to go into with Jamaica 2030 and how we can continue to use AI to help with it. But I want to really quickly, based on what has already been said, because I know that we are kind of managing for time And so I want to be mindful of the time queue in the back. Does anyone have any questions so far about emotional intelligence, AI, or anything that I've talked about from a practitioner's point of view? How you can take this information back to an organization and be able to implement it? And thank you. I saw the queue in the back. One question or one thought? Thank you, Leslie.
So not clinically diagnosed, but my team has diagnosed you as well. And I have no emotional health. In your last year, how do you think I can help somebody like me?
Oh, okay. I don't know if everyone heard the question, but if someone had Asperger's, right? Asperger's, without someone who may not have emotional intelligence, how would AI be able to help someone? Okay, yeah.
So my team, hello?
Yeah, all right. So my team, this is not a clinical thing. My team diagnosed me with Asperger.
Your team did,
yeah,
okay.
They said I have no emotional intelligence, and I told them I didn't care, which confirmed it, right? But ultimately, in your past, the year you've been working on AI and stuff, how do you think AI could help somebody like me with no EQ?
So what your team says is no EQ, right? Just kind of knowing you, I think you do. But it seems as if you're working with a team of people who are giving you some sort of insight, then you'd be able to use your ChatGPT, go into, ask for or request an assessment like an emotional intelligence assessment, right? Work with a professional that can help you with that. Get your scoring, because one of those assessments will give you some scoring and some insights into how high or low emotional intelligence can be. And then on the areas that may be a little bit lower, in those domains that we talked about a little bit earlier, you may be able to ask ChatGPT for a 3-month plan or a 6-month plan on some activities to increase emotional intelligence in those areas where your scoring was a little bit lower and you desire to increase your effectiveness around those. Thank you for that question. Okay. Thank you. Another question.
So it's more of a comment than a question, and I'm talking about my own experience of working in organizations as an internal practitioner, which is more difficult than as an external practitioner. What I've found is that when you work with different parts of the organization, or when you get asked to come into an organization, and I'm sort of piggybacking on the sort of last question you asked, how do we take this back to an organization and implement it? I've found that until you solve the issues or you respond to the issues that they're facing, you can't take them any further. So you might have all these wonderful theories and ideas in your head that you want to help people to go beyond, and you can actually see things which need doing. But until you have dealt with whatever the presenting problem is, they're not going to actually be able to respond or to accept whatever you have brought and can add value to the organization.
I thank you for that, and I know it can be difficult to stand between folks and lunch. So I'll wrap up with this with this question, or with your insights there. It reminds me of Ed Shine's book on humble consulting. That a lot of times we may gain a particular expertise or think that we might be able to diagnose an issue or a situation for an organization, but we may not know all of the dynamics that are imperative to their cultural ethos. And so being able to make sure that we're doing the kind of inquiry or root cause analysis necessary, or needs assessments, to really understand what we are solving for with the empathy that the company has and needs to get to their strategic priorities, will help us be effective. And AI can help us put in those inquiries and generate the kind of questions that we might be able to put into a Survey Monkey or like a Microsoft survey to ask to do the work in the change management so that it's effective and desired for the organization. So I thank you for your patience. Again, standing between folks and lunch can be difficult, but I see your attention and also your willingness to continue to learn. I thank you for having me back in Jamaica. I hope to be back again. I thank you for your time, and it's been a pleasure to be a facilitator for you today. Thanks. Thank you, Athia.
Ladies and gentlemen, Janae Young, thank you so very much. And another exciting and wonderful presentation. Ian is coming to make a presentation to her. So Janae, please make your way back up here. We're not going to do it silently in the background without an opportunity to get a picture in. I'm sure you can do better than that in terms of your applause for her.
Janae, again, it's an honor for me to stand here to offer this token of appreciation to you. Indeed, as we listened, and you know, it's always one of the challenging parts of the presentation a little before lunch, but you managed to have held our attention, and your presentation transcended borders, as you made mention of the catalyst for transcending borders, and indeed you explored EI and AI. And also you infused it with even your own personal testimonies. And so what we gathered from you was authenticity and richness in your presentation. We thank you ever so much, and we hope that you'll continue in the discipline of OD. Thank you so much.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I could send you home and you not come back tomorrow, and you still could say this was a success, right? Yes, because it's true. We very rarely get opportunities like this to not just engage each other in conversation, but to bring people in from the outside who come with a different perspective and offer us. They're seeing us through different lenses, and they allow us to see ourselves through different lenses as well, and that is also very, very important. All right, so they told me that lunch was 1:30. Ian, we seem to be doing well. It is now 10 minutes past 1, I believe. I'm not looking at, what time is it? 13 past 1. So we're doing well. Would you like to use the time to do some giveaways? All right, so we're going to use the time to give away stuff because we have stuff to give away. And that's just, and then Camille, get ready because we're going to grace lunch. And you need to get your giveaway. Oh, where's Doc? Right. So we sort that out, Camille. We're not forgetting you. All right. But you don't have nothing in your hand. What are you going to give away?
So we are gonna bid right now.
Bid on me?
No, I'm just standing beside you. 100,000. All right. So we are looking for the first couple. The first couple to step forward, whereby the gentleman is wearing so let us hold that one a little. Let's hold that one a little. The first couple, the first gentleman rather, to come with a red shoe, a red female shoe, gets a prize. The first gentleman to come with a red female shoe gets a prize. And the race is on. And the race is on indeed. All right. No. This is red. Wow. No, not only should you come bearing the shoe in your hand. Wow. No, this is very interesting. Let us, sir, look at this gentleman here sporting this heel. Well, since you put it on, you have to go walking right now, you know. Hip hop. All right. All right. So truth is, you ran up first. They say men are colorblind.
Yeah, that's burgundy, man.
I don't know if this is brown, red, or burgundy. Right? And so I'm going to need, ladies, help us. What color is this? Burgundy. So, you heard red. Probably the shirt I'm talking about. All right. So because it is burgundy, I've been told that burgundy is a shade of red. But if we wanted a shade of red, we would have asked for a shade of red, wouldn't we? All right. So we're going to look for the reddish shoes. All right. So I tell you, okay, we have the auditor from.
It actually is wine red.
We asked for red. All right, so it's wine red. And gentlemen, we have prizes for each of you. Thank you ever so much. So I'm going to ask, Richard, there is a package right there at that desk. Take 3 from that box, and we will hand them to these very brave gentlemen. Now, one was a little bit braver because him actually put it on and walk with it. So I'm going to ask you to take those 3 packages, Richard, so we can give to these gentlemen. Now, while they stand here and wait, I would love for the ladies who gave them the shoe to walk up here now. Barefooted and all. Let us see. All right. All right, so let us see if... All right, very well. Now, because this is going to be a very unique thing. All right, so here we are. Oh, wow. Interesting here. So the ladies are now here. I'm going to ask you, Johnny, to hand the gentleman the gifts. Yes, one for you, and one for you, sir, and one for Mr. Wine Red. All right. Gentlemen, what you will now do is present the gifts to the ladies. You all ready? Sir Sutherland, please present the gifts to the ladies. We have something for you, ladies, and you're good, right? Please give every single one of them a round of applause. Thank you very much. And listen, sir, I'm going to ask you to take a photograph of them. Now, Sir Sutherland he's wearing a green. Is this auditor? Is this green, or should I say lime green, or olive? What color is this? It's not quite lime. We're just going to call it green. All right. And so I'm going to ask, sir, please to stand beside the couples here. And then, so 1, 2, 3. Yes, so this is your shoe. Yes, all right, good. And I'm going to ask you to have their pictures taken. Thank you very much. Awesome. Thank you very much. And gentlemen, we have gifts for you as well. You'll certainly get your gifts. Now, we are just about 5 minutes away from lunch. Now, what I want us to do now is to just do a meet and greet session. You have been seated. I want us to just get up, walk, yell up. Somebody you have been not necessarily admiring, but you glance at them across the room and you just want to go over and say hi. I want you to do that. Let us just get up and enjoy each other's company. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And then we will come back together and proceed to lunch. So let's mingle a bit. Mr. DJ Delano, play some music.
1 minute, please. All those persons from Transformational Unit, can you remain behind? We want to give you your name tag and your armband. Transformational Unit, could you just raise your hands so that we can come over and give you your name tag and your armband?
MSc is in HRM from Nova Southeastern University, and her BSc is in HRM from the University of Technology. She's a lifelong learner and continues to strive to achieve certification in relevant areas, management and development. She's currently on the board of the Greater Orlando Organization Development Network in the USA and a board member of the Caribbean OD Network in Jamaica. An adjunct professor in the MSc program. Don't know what's happening to this frog this evening. She has extensive experience in training and development of individuals, and her expertise is in change management, performance management, employee engagement technology, and innovation. So she has been involved in many organizations and has led organizations in the area of HR, M&D at the Digital Group, J. Ray & Neville, GlaxoSmithKline, Pharmaceutical Caribbean. She excels at building strong connections and effectively communicating with individuals across all levels of an organization, translating strategic goals into actionable, achievable tasks. Her ability to assess challenges, develop practical interventions, and drive meaningful change has made her a trusted advisor to businesses seeking to enhance their workforce, to optimize operations, and to achieve long-term success. So with that sort of introduction, you need to celebrate this lady. So would you do so again as she comes forward to give you a very interesting afternoon. So there you go. And she comes forward to us like one of these Gen Alphas. I hope you notice that she's bringing her iPad. Oh, it's a computer, right? She's not walking with pen and paper. So over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to be introduced by my mentor. So this morning, I woke up feeling fantastic, and I'm having an awesome adventure. How about you? How about you? All right, let's see if we can get this gadget working. So my topic today is the AI-driven workplace, upskilling, adapting and flourishing in a transformed world. That's a big topic. Thank you, Mrs. DuVernay. They said I'm to point forward. Try again. AI tech is coming, it's on. There it is. Okay, don't move. Don't move. It's not moving from. Tech, could you send someone to dance in the meantime? So let's talk about this AI-driven workplace. We know that it's not business as usual. Agree? It is not business as usual. And some of us are tempted to believe it is so. But I'll tell you a story while I'm waiting. My nephew is in high school. He started now a year. And every day for his first period, he's working on cybersecurity. At 14, he has a certificate in cybersecurity. Is that business as usual? No. Another member in my family, 3 years ago, I heard them talking about doing their homework in school using ChatGPT. And I became curious. I wanted to know, what is this thing that is helping them to do their assignment that they have to run circles around the teachers with? And so I challenged them to teach me about ChatGPT, and I never looked back. We are not going back. So let me see if I have any more stories. Yes. Yes. Don't move. This is forward. It's working now. Thank you. Bless you. So, how is artificial intelligence impacting you at work? I'm going to ask you to choose a partner for 2 minutes and talk about, in your present situation, how is artificial intelligence impacting you at work? 2 minutes. Let's go. All right, your 2 minutes are up. Your 2 minutes are up. Your 2 minutes are up. This is your AI companion speaking. 2 minutes are up. Okay. Any interesting conversations? Anyone wants to share something new that they found out? Yes? Yes? 1, 2. Mobile mic, please. Let's go. We have 40 minutes. At 40 minutes, my computer will shut down and the presentation will no longer exist.
So, oh dear. So we spoke about the fact that AI is having a very significant impact, but not in a formal way, because a formal organization has not yet caught up with this idea of AI. But informally, it is actually a very powerful tool being used especially by people who are a couple decades younger than people like me. And one person said, well, we work as a group of 3. In that particular organization, they have quite a number of interns. And these interns are ahead of the technology team in terms of how they are using AI. And so they are sometimes getting bored with the pace at which the technology team itself is working because they are ahead. And so we're not getting the full capability or the full benefit of having the interns within the organization.
I appreciate that comment.
All right, so Dr. Stern, interestingly, I work with a media and communications organization, and we're not seeing much use of artificial intelligence within the organization. But Aunt Ilsa is using AI, and I am not. We need to correct that.
Time to catch
because,
up.
yes, we need to correct
Time
that.
to catch up. Get with the program. We're saying today, nobody's going to leave here the same. You're going to be transformed. Okay, so next we're going to be watching a video. And please take notes because we will have a closing exercise and you will need to go back to the notes that you would have taken, all right? Oh, I know what this is.
Power brings incredible potential, but also real challenges. We're on the edge of a new era, one where humans and AI work side by side. Are we ready? The workplace is transforming rapidly. Old tasks are being automated. New roles are emerging. This demands adaptability. Lifelong learning is no longer a buzzword. It's essential. We should be willing to learn new skills to stay relevant in an AI-driven world. This isn't just about technical skills. Creativity, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence will be paramount. These are uniquely human traits that AI can't replicate. The future is not about AI replacing us. It's about us working with AI. This collaboration holds immense potential. AI can handle repetitive tasks, freeing humans for strategic thinking and problem solving. Imagine doctors using AI to diagnose diseases faster, or architects using AI to design sustainable buildings. This collaboration requires trust. We should ensure AI is developed and used ethically. AI is already revolutionizing industries. In healthcare, AI is aiding in early disease detection and personalized treatments. In finance, it's optimizing investments and detecting fraud. Companies like Google and Tesla are at the forefront. They're using AI to develop self-driving cars and improve search algorithms respectively. This is just the beginning. Imagine a world where AI personalizes education for every child, or predicts and mitigates natural disasters. The possibilities are limitless. Let's embrace this future, not fear it. Let's use AI to build a more equitable, sustainable, and prosperous world for everyone.
Question that I have for you, except Leslie, you can answer this question. How long do you think it took me to develop this video? Who said 30 seconds? Who said 3 minutes? And prizes for all those who said 3 minutes. And the person who said 1 second, it could have been faster if I didn't. 30 seconds. I could have taken a shorter amount of time if I didn't have to plug in certain information that I wanted it to say. Where's Ian? Present time. And we want you to look through the awesome lens of AI and EI. So give out those glasses, Ian. As a matter of fact, that table and the other one with the gentleman who said 30 seconds, he could get some glasses too, right? All right, so let's go. So you know what? I could have done this entire presentation using a video. I didn't have to be up here. A lot of organizations now, you're not even seeing HR for orientation. They just do their videos and you go online and you watch, and that's your orientation. At the end of the video, you have a document to sign to say that you have read it, seen it, understood it, move on. So let's talk about Amazon. I know you're all getting your shipments abroad. I see the vans here saying, is it overnight delivery, free delivery, all those good stuff? Can you imagine in the days when AI did not exist at Amazon? Meet Justin. He has lots of orders. He has shipments to do. He has staff managing. He needs to get shipments out to Jamaica and all over the world in one day. How do you think he managed without AI? He was stressed. Overtime didn't even cut it. The big competition between Walmart and Amazon is that Walmart still don't have the secret, right? So meet Justin. AI was introduced, and guess what? AI is taking over. Do we know about these? The robots that Amazon used to ensure that their pick and packs go in the right places, in the right countries, in the right destinations. These are what we call the robots. The robots right here. The shelvings are up here, and the robots carry the shelvings all around to where they should go. This thing don't like me. I think I need a technician beside me. There. Who wants to come? Okay, this is what the stations look like. And the employees work based on what comes on their computer. They put the items in these shelvings, and the robots take them away and send them to where they need to go for another set of people to package them and another set of people to put them in the delivery area. Exciting things happening at Amazon. Now, I went into one of the stores recently, one of the supermarket chains recently, and saw this little man right here. He's what you call a stock taker. So there goes a couple jobs, right? No, but the jobs are being transformed because we now need people to, when this breaks down, we need the technicians to fix them, right? And we also need people to program them. And we also need the persons who is going to operate the machines where the data will be downloaded. So they go around and take the stock. They can zoom all the way up to here to take the stock. So we ask the question, how are workplaces changing in terms of AI? this is a wake-up call. I mean, we don't do a lot of things in Jamaica right now, but it is coming because efficiency is the name of the game. Speed and efficiency, the name of the game. Look at that. Whoever think we'll have a drone working inside the building? This is where we are going, where the drones will be pulling out the packages and putting them in the delivery area. So those persons who are working in warehousing, it's time to be connected to AI in the workplace because it is coming. You know, when you're watching a movie series and it says coming soon, coming soon, coming soon, and the day when it comes, it's a big bang. Well, that big bang is going to hit Jamaica because guess what? We do a lot of international business. And if you're not there yet, it's going to be very soon that we are going to get there. What else do I have? So another video, and this time you're going to tell me how long it took me to put this one together again, which is going to be a different timing, right? Listen up. I'm pointing at you. Volume.
The workplace is rapidly changing. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is no longer a futuristic concept. It is transforming industries and redefining how we work. Organizations need to adapt to remain competitive. Embracing AI is about fostering a culture of continuous learning. AI automates routine tasks, freeing up employees for strategic work. It provides insights to drive better decision-making. By embracing collaboration, humans and AI can work together seamlessly. In the age of AI, continuous learning is essential for survival. The rapid pace of technological advancement requires constant skill and knowledge updates. Continuous learning fosters curiosity, growth, and adaptability. Embrace new challenges and seek opportunities to expand your skill set. Peter Senga's model identifies 5 key disciplines for a learning organization: systems thinking, personal mastery, mental models, shared vision, and team learning. By embracing these disciplines, organizations embed learning in the workplace fabric. Foster a culture of continuous learning to adapt to the AI-driven workplace. Adaptability is no longer a desirable trait. It is a fundamental requirement for success in the AI-driven workplace. The ability to embrace change, learn new skills, and adjust to new situations is paramount. Organizations need to foster a culture that values and rewards adaptability. Leaders play a crucial role in fostering adaptability. They should model adaptable behavior and encourage experimentation. Open communication is essential for a psychologically safe space. By embedding adaptability within the culture, organizations can create a resilient workforce ready to thrive in constant change. Achieving successful human-AI collaboration requires a multifaceted approach. It is not simply about implementing AI tools. It is about creating an ecosystem where humans and AI can work together effectively. This requires addressing both technical and cultural considerations. Upskilling and reskilling the workforce is paramount. Employees need the skills to work alongside AI, interpret its output, and leverage its capabilities. Ethical considerations also need to be addressed. AI should be seamlessly integrated into existing workflows to enhance efficiency and productivity. Collaboration platforms are essential for facilitating human-AI interaction. These platforms should provide intuitive interfaces, real-time insights, and seamless communication channels. Research highlights the transformative potential of human-AI collaboration. McKinsey reports that AI could unlock significant economic value, creating new opportunities despite initial job displacement concerns. Accenture achieved an 80% increase in automatic cash processing using machine learning. In the Jamaican market, AI adoption is on the rise. Companies are using AI to automate tasks, improve decision-making, and enhance customer experiences. Success stories abound, from real estate and education to economic growth. According to the Jamaica Information Service, JIS, the government has established the AI Task Force to aid in ensuring that AI is integrated into Jamaica's national curriculum at all levels, with businesses reporting increased efficiency, productivity, and customer satisfaction. The future of work is human-AI collaboration. By embracing continuous learning, fostering adaptability, and implementing the right tools and strategies, organizations can unlock the full potential of this powerful partnership. The result will be a more productive, innovative, and fulfilling work experience for all.
Thank you for listening. How long did it take me to generate that video? With all the Jamaican stuff, you think I'm going to take 3 minutes? No, I'm going to have to research, go to Bonita's whole company. 10 minutes? Somebody here is saying 15. He's sure it's 15. But it's around 10 minutes the most. The most. This is where AI is going, guys. Again, I didn't have to be standing here. I could have just plugged in the information, generated the videos, and show them. And I could even put some Bob Marley in there too. So I'm sure tomorrow you're going to hear some more about that when Mr. AI person presents. All right, so thank you all for listening. Just to recap, I am going to demonstrate that it don't like me at all. Yes, it's like, what was the word? This is bad luck. What is in the organization? What? Well, let's go. So let us summarize. How is AI reshaping the workplace? We saw where the AI-powered automation is taking over data analytics in managing all the information that comes across your desk on a daily basis, and decision-making. You can plug in the information and ask, what do I do in this situation? And you'll get more than one responses. Now, I'm seeing where ChatGPT is saying, here is one response, and here is another one if you wish to compare. And if you don't like those two, tell me, should I prepare you a PowerPoint presentation on the topic, or where else do you want me to go? And ChatGPT, you can use a free part of it and get so much out of it. The shift from routine task to strategic one is on the rise. It frees you up. It frees you up to take care of strategic goals and objectives and those high-value core tasks, right? So the need for human and AI collaboration and really the governance of ethical AI is important. Now I have another story to tell you. I'm a storyteller. You know, in my family I'm the storyteller. So I have a new vehicle, right? And in the documents it said 3 months or 5,000 miles you come in for service, right? That's what we're used to. 3 months, 5,000 miles, whichever one comes first. So at 3 months I called to arrange for service. They answer the phone, hello Stephanie, good morning to you. I'm like, cool, they know who is calling. And it warms me, right? So I made an appointment for my service. Had to wake up 6 o'clock in the morning to go to the service center, got into a very long line, which I was not pleased with. But then a gentleman came out. He was so happy. He said, I came for you. He's talking to me. We're taking you out of the line. We're going to service your vehicle. So he said, let me see on your dashboard. My dashboard said 2,000 something miles. He said, you're not ready for servicing us yet. I'm like, I called. I made the appointment. It told me in my document. He said, no. He made a call inside. He came. He said, can I come into your passenger seat? I said, yes. He came in and he brought on. I mean, people here who have these new cars, they know what I'm talking about. He pulled up some diagnostic on the vehicle that shows me the life of my filter, the life of my engine oil, and the life of everything on the vehicle. And he said, sit there, you don't need any service because your filter is 90%, your this is that percent. At that point, I'm thinking about this conference, and I'm thinking, where is the AI human collaboration? Why did you waste my time to get out of my bed for you to tell me I need to come back when I'm 7,500 miles because it is evident that you don't need a service? I don't know about car diagnostics, do you? Some of you do, man. I didn't know about that. So this is a lesson this was a lesson to me that we still have time for AI and human to collaborate so that I think what should happen was when I called, since she knew me by my name, since she had my account number all to her fingertips, she could have asked, what's the mileage on your vehicle? And then she could have said, go into your vehicle, do 1, 2, 3, you will see the diagnostics and call us back if you are at this 40% filter level. So I am still griping about that. So thanks for listening to my gripe. All right, so we're wrapping up, but I want you to do an exercise. So we talk about, okay. So we're going to talk about here, this is the characteristics of the AI transformed workplace. You would have gotten it from those 2 videos that were shown, correct? So for those of you, this is a session that you can take out your phone and take a picture of the screen because I won't be going through them. And this is a session that we're going to need our phones and laptops in a few minutes. Yes? Flourishing organizations. Who can tell me what a flourishing organization looks like? When your organization is flourishing in an AI time, what does it look like? Anybody? No, that's not where it's going. We're looking at... That's not where it's going. Because remember, we're talking about change of jobs. So for the persons who ready themselves, then other opportunities will be available for you. The ones that sit back and say, AI is here to take my job, then AI will take your job. I feel help, because I don't know this thing. Why it's not working for me? All right, so again, this is what a flourishing organization looks like. Take a picture. Here, oh, you wanted to go back? There you go. Look at those phones. I hope you're all carrying ChatGPT and Microsoft Pilot. All my pictures now, when I'm doing presentations, they don't come from Google search anymore. They are from Microsoft Copilot. You see how bold they were? Try Microsoft Copilot for your pictures. I wanted to get a yellow keyboard, and I wanted the arms of AI and human interface. And so I type it in. Give me a yellow keyboard with a picture of a human hand and an AI hand together on the horizon. Did you see the horizon with that? That's what it does. Remember when computers came out and we said garbage in, garbage out? It's the same thing with AI. Whatever you put into AI, you get out of AI. So we can search on the same topic and we get two different results because of the words we use in our search. All right, so we are going into our 6 minutes assignment. Oh, I was looking on my computer. Okay, so it's the year 2030, and you walk into your workplace, but it looks and feels different. AI has redefined your role. What changed? So your assignment to do in 6 minutes, you are allowed to use your computers, your phone, whatever AI program you want to use, and design what your role will look like in 2030. Give us some job titles and responsibilities, the human versus AI responsibilities, new skills, etc. It's all here. We're doing it table by table. So let's go, 6 minutes on the clock. Put what you have just been presented into action. All right? Are we awake? Are we awake? Ian, give away some prizes for those persons who look alert, awake, working, happy, joyous, engaged, connected. Let's do that. Justice for ketchup users. Justice for lens users. Ian, ask for help, Ian. Get help. Who wants to help, Ian? Come on, you have 6 minutes. I think you have 5 left. 2030, you're in your office. Your role has changed. Your current role, that is. What does it look like? You're using no paper today. We're using the computer or your... that's cool. Come on, people. "2030 is just around the corner. 5 more years. I want to see something generated on your computer or on your phone. I want to see it generated. Leslie, are you done? Let me see the hands of those who are finished generating their role descriptions for 2030. Anyone finished? Put up their hands so they can be rewarded. Ian, over here. You're finished? Okay. 2030, come on. You run out of gifts? They're finished. And just walk with the bag. Alicia, help him. There's a gentleman over there. Let me see the hands of those who are finished. Who didn't get a prize for finishing early? You got your prize, right? You didn't get anything. And over here. And AI needs to help you. We don't. That's what we call repetitive task, and AI is here to help us manage repetitive tasks. Okay, can we have some sharing now, please? This table over here, we're going to share first. We're ready to share. Mobile mic, please. Mobile mic. Oh, right here. In the blue right here.
Oh, sorry.
This. Okay, everyone, we're going to start sharing.
All right. So go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. So the title, or futuristic title, is Organizational Futurist and Culture Systems Architect.
Okay, so the key responsibilities, strategic design and implementation. Okay, so the key responsibilities, strategic design and implementation, culture transformation, change management, data-driven decision making, learning and development, and innovation. The experience, so a minimum of 7 to 10 years of progressive experience in the position.
Organizational Futurist and Culture Systems Architect.
Key skills, strong analytic skills with proficiency in data interpretation and decision making, deep understanding of behavioral science and its application in organizational contexts, exceptional communication and interpersonal skills to influence and inspire stakeholders at all levels, technological proficiency, familiarity with AI, EI, digital transformation, and HR tech solutions. Personal attribute, visionary thinker with the ability to translate concept into actionable plans. Inclusive leader with a strong commitment to diversity, equity, and belonging. Passionate about fostering a culture of innovation and lifelong learning among employees. And conclusion.
Hold on. I'm sorry, just a minute, please. Organizational Futurist and Culture Systems Architect.
Okay, so the Organizational Development Architect is a critical role in shaping the future of work, ensuring that organizations adapt and strive in a rapidly evolving business landscape as a blend of strategic, analyst, facilitator. The ODAs are instrumental in cultivating environments where talent can flourish and organizations can achieve sustained success.
Thank you so much. Thank you. In your usual day-to-day, you would now need to edit that some more, right? Okay. One more sharing. Yes, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. The position is a customer experience specialist. the core responsibility to manage complex customer concerns and oversees AI systems that handle routine support interaction, ensure customer satisfaction, empathy, and loyalty across all digital platforms. What AI will do, handle about 90% of basic queries like billing, account access, things like that via chat box or voice, analyze tone and sentiment to predict customer frustration, route complex issues to human agents with context summaries, and translate and transcribe calls in real time for multilingual support. What humans will do, step in when empathy, judgment, or creativity is needed, resolve escalated cases where trust building and problem solving are essential, train and fine-tune AI systems with customer feedback, monitor AI performance for ethical and cultural missteps, handle cross-functional collaboration, for example, sales and technical or legal for unique issues. New skills needed, AI systems literacy, emotional intelligence, data interpretation, soft crisis management. Challenges, risk of job de-skilling if humans rely too much on AI, pressure to handle only the most complex emotional, charged, or high-risk cases, ethical concerns around AI decision-making and data privacy. Opportunities, high-value work, more focus on strategy, problem-solving, and personalization, room for career advancement into AI oversight, customer design, or experience strategy, and global reach, because it now enables, AI enables 24-hour service. Humans can focus on relationship building across time zones and cultures. How humans still lead with the human edge, authentic empathy, contextual creativity, moral judgment, trust, and loyalty.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Hand to you all. Great job. So the message is you have a tool with you always, whether it is on your phone or your laptops. Don't be afraid to use AI. There are some companies who are against it. Education is one area that we are evolving, right? We are saying to our students now, use AI to generate the responses and compare what you would have done manually with what you have seen. You know, students in school, we're being asked to focus on anyone who is coming in wearing a new pair of glasses, to check it out to make sure it is not connected to something, especially when they're doing a test. But that's where we are going, and we're not looking back. So enjoy the rest of your afternoon and enjoy the rest of this conference. Thank you.
So, Stephanie, why did I allow you to go all the way back to your seat and you're going to have to come all the way back up here? But in the meantime, I'm looking at you through new lens. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Stephanie. What an amazing presentation, and getting you all engaged and looking at AI through different lens. We're going to have a presentation to her now because, as I said, we make sure that everyone who comes in here feels special. They're special, you know. They're very special. Ilsa?
Right. And Steph is so special. I'm telling you, a high achiever. I am so proud of Dr. Stephanie Stern that it is my pleasure to present you with this small gift. Right? Happy girl.
Love
You
you.
do that good. Continue to soar.
Thank you.
Up here. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, while the panel is coming to the stage, we are going to invite Vincencio to provide us with, no, I should have said Vincencio. Vincencio is coming to provide some music, and he is a saxophonist. But let me, while he's warming up down there or getting ready, just introduce to you the gentleman who is to lead the panel. Mark A. Davis is a highly accomplished management analyst and seasoned public sector professional with extensive experience in governance, public policy, and organizational development. He currently serves as principal director in the corporate management and development branch of the Strategic Human Resource Management Division at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. With over 13 years of experience in public sector design, organizational development, and transformation, his work spans strategic planning, corporate management, organizational and job design, and business process improvement. He holds an MSc in government and a BSc in economics and statistics from the University of the West Indies, and is currently pursuing an MPhil in governance and public policy at U.S. Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies, with a research focus on talent management in the public sector. He is a trained ISO 9000 lead auditor and Lean Six Sigma yellow belt. He also brings academic rigor to practice through his work as an adjunct lecturer at UWI's Mona School of Business and Management and the Management Institute for National Development Mind. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be making his way to the stage. Vincencio is going to be performing for you while he does that with his team. Put your hands together.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. No.
He's behind you.
I would have settled for that before we had lunch. But we've had lunch already. So let me try again. Good afternoon. All right. How are you doing so far? Time to shake off some of the food? No, what was that? I didn't get that. All right. So let us have let's do a little exercise. All right? So I'm going to ask you just to stand up and join me, and let us have fun. Shake off some of the food.
Thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Don't fuss and fight, let us unite. We got the light, so let's make it right. It's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day.
Ladies and gentlemen, give him another round of applause. That was just simply amazing. Simply amazing. I want to thank you for having me, Ms. DuVernay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am tasked to introduce our illustrious panelists. And I just want to point out that we're at that point in the day where it's a challenge to continue. We just had lunch. Some of us tired because we're working while we're conferencing. And we are at the end of, coming to the end of the day, actually. A lot of persons are looking forward to leaving, trying to avoid the traffic. But I want us to stay focused. I want us to remain focused. I want us to finish off the day with the same energy that we started the day. All right? And with that, I'm just going to ask for less than a second. I want to create, less than a minute. I want to create a space of gratitude. And in order to do that, I am going to ask every one of us to do a simple task we do every day, but we're not mindful of it. And it's the most valuable task or exercise we can do. And that's simple breathing. So I'm going to ask you to just close your eyes. Focus on this very moment. Focus on the purpose of the conference, why we're here. Breathe in and breathe out. Forget the noise. Forget trying to beat the traffic. Forget the fact that some of us might be feeling ethnic fatigue. Forget all of that and focus on creating a space where we can absorb on top of what we have already absorbed. Much has been delivered today, and there is much more that needs to be delivered, and we want to create the space to absorb that. So last extensive inhalation, exhale. Inhale, exhale. And we've created a space of gratitude. We've created a space where we now can complete digesting what we need to digest for the day. Thank you for that opportunity. I will now introduce our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panelist, Mrs. Anika Shuttleworth, is currently the Chief Information Officer for the ICT Authority. Mrs. Anika Shuttleworth possesses over 24 years of experience in the ICT industry, much of which have been spent with eGov Jamaica. Her background includes strategic management, business analysis, software development, quality management. She wholeheartedly believes in nation building, delivering efficient and effective service to customers, as well as empowering young people to achieve their fullest potential. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Ms. Anika Shuttleworth. Next on our panel, Mrs. Gina Tomlinson Williams. She's currently the Director of Organizational Development and Change in the Jamaica Public Service Limited. She's a certified organizational development specialist, change management certified, certified transformational coach, 6 Sigma Yellow Belt, and certified customer service professional. She has over 15 years experience in leadership and employee development, strategic planning, business process optimization, change management, project management, and customer service. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Gina Tomlinson Williams. Next on the panel, Dr. Aisha Thompson. He's a proactive promoter of embracing a healthy lifestyle as a way of life. He is the CEO of Essential Medical Services. He has been delivering clinical excellence in general practice for over 20 years and positive results in organizational development and team facilitation for 10 years. His postgraduate and execution education focus are resilience, work stress, leadership, workplace wellness, behavioral policy, appreciative inquiry, and coaching. He leads fellow work team to develop and implement comprehensive standards-based workplace wellness solutions for a diverse range of organizations. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Aisha Thompson. And rounding off our panel, we can't leave out our young people. I have with me Miss Jada Wright. Jada is a remarkable young talent whose achievements have made her a standout figure in the realms of education and technology. A prodigy by any measure, she completed her education at Santa Prep at the tender age of 10, where she not only excelled academically, but also showed early signs of leadership by initiating a book club. Her proactive nature and dedication to education were further recognized when she became the top PEP student and secured her space at the Hampton School, a testament to her enthusiasm and spirit. By the age of 11, Jada had already achieved remarkable academic success, passing 4 CSEC with distinctions in English, Principles of Business, Science, and Social Studies. Her academic excellence continued to flourish, and by 13, she had secured 9 grade 1s, covering mathematics and the sciences, among others, showcasing her versatility, intellectual capabilities. And at the age of 14, she enrolled in the University of the West Indies, Jamaica, as the youngest student in the university history. Sorry? UTech. Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry. And my UTech friend there, my humblest apologies. I'm sorry. Yeah. U is my alma mater, so I think I would have preferred if she, but I understand. We still won. All right, so that's the panel, ladies and gentlemen, and how we will proceed. Each member will be given 10 minutes to make their presentation. At the end of all presentations, we will open up the floor for questions from the audience. Are we clear, ladies and gentlemen? All right, so let us give a round welcome to our first I'm just asking the tech at the back. We're hearing the instructions that are being fed, so if you could just sort that out, please. Thank you. Overhearing your conversation through audio. Right, so let us start off our panel discussion with Mrs. Anika Shuttleworth, from the ICT Authority.
Good afternoon, everyone. After I heard Jada's profile, I felt like I just needed to sit and listen. I'm serious. I'm that serious about it. It is indeed my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Ilsa and the CARICO team, for having me here today. I'm speaking to you on the topic, transforming organizations through technology for greater resilience and sustainable development. We're all Caribbean people, are we not? Yes, we are at an interesting crossroads as we look at where we are. And we've been talking a lot today about AI and EI and technology and all these great and wonderful things. By the way, I like the presentation that just went. Excellent. I don't even need a PowerPoint presentation after all of that. Now we have to move boldly from adopting technology to adapting technology. We have to move from innovation for novelty. Wearing smartwatches was a thing. It was a big excitement. But we have to move towards innovation for impact. It is why we are doing it. So I really like that exercise that we just did at the very end, where I actually now created my JD for 2030. Awesome sauce. Thanks GPT. Now, in the Caribbean, we are no strangers to shocks. We have environmental shocks through the climate, hurricanes, economic, digital, etc. But these vulnerabilities have taught us a critical truth. Resilience is not a luxury. It is not a luxury, it is a necessity. So yes, we're at an organization development conference and we're learning about AI and all these wonderful things, but it's not a luxury. And so even as we embark on our ambitious digital journeys, we must build organizations that can withstand disruption, sustain continuity, and of course, thrive in uncertainty. That is where we are right now. And for those who have been monitoring the overseas news, we see all the geopolitical issues and so on. Lots of uncertainties that are impacting us as a nation and as a region. Technology alone will not let us get there. We must think about how we lead. We are at an OD conference, how we lead, how we design our systems, how we cultivate the human side of digital transformation. So yes, I'm an IT person, Leslie, and I'm going to say, yes, use the tools, and they're very exciting, and we love to play with our toys. But we have to think about the human side of that which we are using. So AI enables machines to think like humans, and we are very well aware of that. And we saw the robot dancing earlier. AI, however, enables us to think beyond ourselves. It allows us to think beyond ourselves. AI is embedded in every single thing that we do, and we would have seen ample examples earlier, so I'm not going to get into that. But certainly artificial intelligence offers efficiency, scale, and speed. All of these are critical to productivity and service delivery. But without emotional intelligence, AI can also amplify bias, alienate users, and erode workplace trust. It means that, of course, AI must be trained, but as leaders, we must be trained to understand the tools that we utilize. We have to be trained in empathy, self-awareness, collaboration, and of course, ethical judgment. We must not just build smart systems and use them, but we should have compassionate institutions. Because sometimes we get so excited about the tools that it's really lost on us. As Jamaica, we have an interesting digital strategy that is multi-layered. We're not just looking at a digital public infrastructure providing tools for use for us as citizens, actually. And we're not talking about integrating solutions with those in the region and beyond, but we're also looking at the cultural issues, the governance, and the human foundations to do so sustainably. We have an infrastructure that is called GovNet, or Government Network, and of course our national broadband. And for some of us earlier, when we got the whole exercise about how long it took to create the video, I think persons kind of mentioned some longer times because of the internet speeds that we probably have. Maybe in reality, some of us never had any data to even do some of these things. It is real. So these are some of the things that we are working on, providing access to internet that is actually reliable, fast, and secure. We're looking also at platform modernization, pushing shared government platforms, digital identity, electronic procurement. All of these tools are all about transparency, citizen empowerment, and of course, seamless experiences. Next is the matter of data. Data. I'm just seeing data floating all around. How many of you are wearing smartwatches? All right, how many of you have smartphones? Laptop and tablet. Whole heap of things going on right there. Lots and lots of data. I had a client where we deployed a system, and we deployed the system on the Friday, and Saturday I'm sitting in my couch, and I got a call to say, we have now implemented the system. What are we going to do with the data? The very next day, We are becoming more empowered as users. I'm not going to say greedy. I'm going to say empowered because we want to see more things happening. So we have to be looking at data protection. Personal data, what's happening? What are we streaming to others? Those of us who forget to turn off the Bluetooth. Be mindful of things like that. Cybersecurity and interoperability. Mention was made earlier of our AI task force because we have to ensure that we have proper governance involved in the use, the responsible use of AI. Earlier, some of us used the technology to generate our job descriptions. Some persons use it to create letters. Last year when my son was doing CXC, he got an interesting assignment. The teacher told, this was an English teacher, who told them to generate a 20-page report on something. 20 pages. No, it was a story, sorry. 20 pages. 20 pages. When the results came out, he got the highest score. And he was celebrating. I'm saying, how you celebrated? You only did 2 pages. What was the deal? The teacher discovered that the rest of the class used the AI. ChatGPT, their favorite tool, Jada, yes, to generate their story. So that did not fly. So he therefore got the highest mark because he used his brain. All right? We have to be thinking about these things. People-centered transformation. We're working on a Jamaican population that not just thinks about change management, but change leadership. And I want us as OD specialists to think about this. Change leadership where we think about digital literacy, emotional intelligence training, and of course, hybrid work models. Lots of things are happening. Of course, in Jamaica, and we heard some cases earlier, those seem to be overseas examples that we saw. But we are digitizing our services here in Jamaica. We have our electronic health record system. The tourism sector is using AI and IoT sensors. So when you go in these hotel rooms, the temperatures are being regulated, and there are so many things that they can do. And by the way, the tourism industry had a conference in Hanover a couple months ago, and they are looking at how to utilize AI for that industry. Not just smartwatches, it moves way beyond that. How do you have certain things delivered? When you go to certain hotels, like in Japan, who is it that greets you in that hotel? It's not a human being. It's one of those things called a robot. When you order up room service, what is it that delivers your room service? A robot. But we have to look at the balance of all of this, of course. We have a disaster resilient data center. We have upgraded, actually, as ICT Authority, our data center, the government's data center, because, of course, we're in a hurricane belt, and we know exactly what happens when it's hurricane season. Everybody starts to run up and down. So, yes, we saw those things from Amazon, those robots that are hard at work. We see that. But technology underpins all of that. They need to connect back to some place. I believe a gentleman operating that robot had mentioned earlier not being able to connect back to, was it UTech? Yeah? So you have the source that is important for us to get access to. So I hope those who are feeling a little bit anxious about technology will start to get a bit excited that there are possibilities. There are things that you can do. So even as OD specialists and other variations thereof in this room, you will recognize that even your job will change as well. Virtual classrooms, they're not a thing of the past and things of COVID. They're very much still with us. And we are utilizing same. In fact, I saw recently where in China they're asking for 6-year-olds to learn and use AI. 6-year-olds. We have to think about their brain, what's going to happen then. Are they going to be thinking as they really should? This is real. I actually saw on Instagram recently a young man who clearly looked very stressed out. And he said, listen, I don't have to stress out my brain anymore, you know. This thing called AI helping me. I don't have to stress my brain to think about nothing. Is that resilience? Is it sustainability? So the technology is great and wonderful. I'll be the first to tell you, I love it to death, okay? But we have to ensure that we are balanced. We have to think about the technology also, the AI that understands our language. When it is that you speak to some of these bots, do they understand our nice Jamaican vernacular? Do they understand the patois? Our heavy accent? They're learning now to do that, and we have to ensure that they are able to. Otherwise, they will give us misinformation. Okay? Work-life balance. So the tools, the technologies, they really do help to reduce administrative burden, and that is wonderful. They enable remote work. We're able to still use Zoom and Teams and Meet and all of these different things to do what we're supposed to. Mental wellness is important in the midst of it, and I know Dr. Aisha is here. He's going to be talking to us about all of that. That is important in the midst of the technology. Sometimes we become so embedded to this thing. As soon as we wake up, what's the first thing we're supposed to do in the mornings? Pray to God and give him thanks for another day. But some people, what's the first thing they do? Draw for the phone and say who WhatsApp them overnight. Listen, that can wait, okay? It can wait. We have to be thinking about inclusion also. Interestingly, for my organization this week, we have some, and Claire is here from my organization, we have some persons who are hearing impaired that are in there to learn about the organization. So today, I think it was, there's a session to teach them sign language. Our managers had to learn sign language, basic sign language, how to communicate. So they're there to learn about technology, but then we have to know how to communicate with them. I have had experience in another country seeing where they have a call center, where in that call center you can call in about any problem that you're having. As a part of the room, what they had is a station of persons doing sign language. Because you have to think about those who need to interact. It's not just those of us who are hearing and speaking and we are okay, all right? No, we also have to think about and guard against surveillance cultures, algorithmic discrimination and data exploitation. Surveillance cultures, as organizations, I know we like to know what our staff members are doing, and that's one of the reasons some persons don't like remote work. Talk the truth and shame the devil now. All right. Some persons don't like it because you don't know exactly what your team members are up to. Guess what? They could be sitting at the desk and still doing something else. I promise you, that's the case. All right? There's an organization in Jamaica right now, and I'm not going to say which one it is. What they do, because they have remote workers, they monitor the keystrokes. They monitor the calls that come in, and if you ever dare make a call drop, you will get reprimanded. You can be suspended or terminated. So the surveillance is happening. But again, these are things that we have to think about. How are we going to effectively monitor what people are doing? You don't want to erode trust in the midst of it. Good God, you can get up and go to the bathroom. Some places are also putting cameras in restrooms. That's a privacy issue right there. So these are some of the things that we have to look at. The whole matter of algorithmic discrimination. I mentioned earlier about biases. AI is great. It helps us. It helps us to move quickly. But we have to be mindful of some of these biases that form the base in which these AIs learn, the machine learning that takes place. Think about it. You may have a case of using an AI recruitment tool that favors resumes from men, not women, because it may be trained on data or historical data where the job market preferred having males in the workforce. So again, even though we use the AI, we have to ensure that we read, interpret, and understand the results that we get. Look at those cultural biases and other things presented. Data exploitation, and I'm wrapping up. We have to look at personal sensitive data that are shared in all of these things. What are we really sharing with the world? Does the world need to know everything? Some people are on social media sharing their whole life story, but of course we know what the US government is doing now, huh? Looking right at those channels, okay? So we have to be mindful about third-party data. Who are we providing our data to where there is no consent? There is a Data Protection Act in place. We have to ensure that we look at policies as well for our organizations. We now have to be looking at AI policies for the workforce. Remember, we are talking about AI and EI at this conference. So we have to look on the human side, even in the job descriptions that we write. So yes, AI may produce a lovely JD. I read the one that it produced for me earlier. Where's the emotional side of things and what needs to happen? Final thoughts. Now, as a Caribbean people, as Jamaicans, we know that we are resilient, don't we? We are resourceful. We are deep-rooted in community. Let us design organizations that are resilient by the infrastructure, the very foundation of what it is that we use. Sustainable by the strategies that we employ. Let us think it through properly. Human by design. Yes, we are doing technology first, or mobile first, or digital first, but human by design, because people need to utilize these tools. Let us blend the intelligence of these machines with the wisdom of empathy. Let us not lead just by code, but also with conscience. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Anika. That was very interesting. One of the things that stood out for me was the concept of using AI in school and using ChatGPT and it's being considered cheating. Is it cheating if you use it at work? All right. Questions for you, and I'm going to encourage you as I go through my presentation that's going to show any second now, to ask yourself a couple of questions. What's the right way to think when it comes to AI, or even the right way to learn? Are these things that are changing as time goes by? Do we need to change how we think about these things? I'm not going to wait on the presentation. As HR professionals, OD professionals, if you're not using AI, you are way behind. Even to write emails, as we would have spoken about before, just get your foot wet. Just dip your toe into it and get started. Because if you're not using it, you're going to get left behind. And what I mean by that is you're going to have persons who are going to seemingly be able to think faster than you, respond faster than you, be more accurate in their responses, be more responsive, because they're using the tools. And in many cases, as we grow and learn to use the tool, we're using it more responsibly. So it's not just a matter of copy and paste. It has that nice little double, what's that little double icon for copy, right? Mm-hmm. When you plug into ChatGPT. But the idea is to read it, interpret it, and ensure it is appropriate for the use that you want it for. Importantly as well is how are you prompting? What is the information that you're putting into that tool to be able to get what you need? And we learned last year about the prompt engineer. Yeah, that was my first introduction to that. Very cool. Still no presentation. Okay. So, question. What is the future of work? And I want to just give you a couple of statistics to help you out. First of all, 60% of workers now are in jobs that didn't exist in 1940. 60%. These jobs did not. So majority of persons in here, the job you're doing did not exist in 1940. Let me bring it a little closer to home, because we know that technology has been moving at such a rapid pace. ChatGPT, as many persons might know by now, this particular statistic reached 1 million users in 5 days. From launch, 1 million users. Between 2015 and 2019, the number of businesses utilizing AI services, that's a 4-year span, grew by 270%. And 34 million AI-generated images are created daily. These are images that are used in the workplace, used in schools, used for projects, personal businesses, used everywhere, used online. A lot of the images you're seeing online, not necessarily authentic or real, as in what we would consider to be authentic or real. So I want you to think about those words. What is real? What is authentic? PricewaterhouseCoopers took a look at the future of work, and I want you to think about this. The future of work is not just about out there. As HR practitioners, the future of work speaks to the future of our work. It broke it into 3 categories, PwC that is, work, workforce, and worker. Under work, it said the future of work is human-led and agent-powered. Teams pick the most fit-for-purpose AI agents and tools. They oversee and orchestrate them, And AI-powered processes enable every employee to create more value. That's the future of work. The future of our workforce. All new skills in all new places. There's a refocus on doing what only people can do. Think about that one. There are new roles, responsibilities, and recruiting strategies. And there are clear divisions of responsibility between employees and AI. You notice the partnership that is happening. For the worker, workers could soon lead teams of AI agents. And they'll want to ensure that they're embracing AI and innovate with it rather than fearing that it could displace them. When we talk about what only people can do and where work is going on the workforce, we're talking about what people can do, which is guide and oversee AI, innovate with AI's help, and make swift AI-supported decisions. I hope you notice that it's a partnership. So here are a couple of trends when we talk about the future of work. HR. There's a focus on the employee experience, not just the work that we're doing. We're looking more at skills-based hiring, not just the degree that you have. Of course, we're looking at diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Anika spoke to it a while ago with teams having to learn sign language. Hybrid and remote work normalization, and people analytics. These are some HR trends, and notice these are going to be supported, every single one of them, by AI. From a tech perspective, we're looking at more cloud-based work platforms, digital workflow automation, cybersecurity and privacy focus. You'll have heard everybody speaking about that, and work tech ecosystem expansion, meaning we're working with so many different tools to do so many different things, but they eventually are going to all start talking to each other. So using AI and APIs to get these tools to talk to each other so that we have, in many cases, we'll end up having one interface with multiple tools behind it, and many organizations have that now. Similarly, on the AI and the future of work with AI, generative AI will become part of our daily workflow. We'll have AI-powered talent management, personalized learning and development, AI ethics and governance in HR, we heard about it a while ago, and workforce planning with predictive AI. And I must boast a little bit that JPS is actually doing majority of these things right now, utilizing not just AI, but generally technology. So where does emotional intelligence fall in all of this? I was reading an article on LinkedIn about AI and AI. Did I say that right? EI and AI, they're so close. And there's a guy called Vinyak Karach who said, emotional intelligence refers to the ability to recognize, understand, and manage one's own emotions and the emotions of others. So, I think we already can see inherent in that definition what the challenge is going to be for AI when it comes to EI. Because at this time, AI does not own emotions. Notice the caveat. AI and EI do need to speak to each other, but let's speak a little bit more about the challenges. First of all, with EI, there are two main components we need to consider. There's a personal competence component for emotional intelligence, and there's a social competence. From a personal competence component, there is the self-awareness. Who am I? How do I show up? And self-regulation. How do I manage my emotions in different situations? And a lot of that, as you can imagine, is going to be dependent on your upbringing and your background and your culture. From a social competence perspective, we're looking at social awareness and we're looking at relationship management. So it involves being aware of your feelings and the feelings of those around you, and then using that awareness to navigate social interactions and make informed decisions. I think the term is neurodivergent. Right. So you have ADD, ADDHD, ABCDE. all these different things that are out there, right, with different personalities. So I realized something about myself a couple years ago that I didn't know. And I don't think it was something that was newly developed. I went to visit my brother in the States, and he had a little get-together at his house. Whole bunch of people came over and were all hanging out. And there was a moment in the evening where I just found myself getting really tense, very quiet, and I just got up and went upstairs into one of the rooms, and I had to just sit for a moment and breathe. And I was like, what is going on here? I'm not having a panic attack. I know all of these people. I'm not afraid of people. What's going on? What I didn't realize is that I had started to get social overload.
Please stand in front of me and look at the screen.
Excuse me, miss. Excuse me, miss. You're going to now diagnose me? I feel like she's calling me over to diagnose me, right? What I didn't realize was that I was doing it in different ways over the years, but this was the first time that it had really hit me. What I would do is just retreat into a little corner and just hang out. So if I go to a party or go to a friend's house, I'd just find myself just retreating in a little corner for a little while, and then I'd go back. But having become more self-aware, having done courses on coaching other persons, personal development. When I did my master's, there was a little psychology. So the more I became aware of myself, the more it was easier for me to understand that this is what was going on. I had a bit of a social overload, too much people, too much talking, too much noise. Just needed a moment to just deregulate, and then I could go back again. I just needed to recharge. So how in the world AI going to know about that? All right. Don't put it past it, though. So how do we integrate? And I want us to come back now to talent development and the people part of talent development. Talent development speaks to, for those who may not know or remember, the entire employee life cycle, right? From you hear about the company, even before you join, from you hear about the company to onboarding, through to your life cycle, through to goodbye, it was great for you to be here. Integrating AI and EI means optimizing workforce strategies. We're looking at AI-powered organizational design. We're looking at AI and EI partnership for decision-making when it comes to workforce optimization. And we're looking at AI and EI partnership for OD. We're enhancing our sourcing and recruitment. So we're looking at AI-powered talent sourcing, but EI-powered interviews. You get the difference? All right. Make sure you're listening now. It took a lot of time to put this together, guys, so make sure you're listening. Right? And then AI and EI partnership for onboarding. And I want you to think through what that onboarding process would look like if there was a partnership. Then now we're going to improve the employee experience through AI-enhanced employee experiences that are combined with EI-driven leadership. And we want to ensure that we have AI-powered feedback systems with EI feedback analysis. We want to, of course, elevate performance management systems through AI-powered goal setting and AI and EI partnership for appraisals and coaching. Okay. Lastly, for development programs, we want to personalize that through AI-powered personalized learning and development pathways and EI-powered coaching to ensure that they align with the emotional needs and personal growth of the individual. So they're not happening by themselves. They can happen together. Remember, though, that I asked you to ask yourself some questions as I'm going through this. So let's look at some key considerations. Voice recognition can't necessarily account for a multicultural background. A person that grew up in the inner city, went overseas and got training and exposure, and came back to work in corporate Jamaica. Facial recognition and body language detectors can't account for childhood trauma. Effective leadership requires EI as a core competence to engage and coach for success. Generative AI can't distinguish a lie from the truth unless it's told otherwise. So here are some final questions for you. AI can detect some demonstrations of EI, but can it demonstrate it yet? Many organizations value passion and enthusiasm. Can AI evoke those emotions? AI is programmed by humans and uses predetermined subsets of data to generate outputs. How do we account for biases, inherent or otherwise, in that configuration? Can you program ethical behavior? As AI evolves and becomes more emotionally aware, what is the risk of it manipulating emotionally susceptible individuals to achieve a desired goal? And do we now need to actually redefine emotional intelligence in the context of emerging AI technology? I leave those questions with you.
All right, tech team, let me know when you're ready. All right, thanks to Lady Ilse and the Caraco team for having me. All right. Okay, awesome. All right, so I will be sharing with you a quick chat on finding balance through emotional well-being in an ever-changing world. Let's see if we can make a change here first. All right. Presentation changing. So one of the things that have been changing is emojis in our world. You know, emojis have become a part of surveys, it has become a part of our messaging, it's become a part of so many things. Let's see which table is on the pulse with emojis. Which table can solve that emoji puzzle? Oh gosh, all right. What about this? What about this one? All right. You guys have evolved with emojis, haven't you? So, what about emotional well-being? Can emotional well-being help us to really balance with the change that we are going through? And is it a good tool? What's your thoughts? Talk to me about that. How can emotional well-being help us? You can't do a good job. Well, that is true, right? So our emotions help us to function, right? And emotions do quite a lot more as well. From an organizational development perspective, emotions can be a very good guide as to whether or not we are developing in our teams or whether we are developing as an organization as a whole. Bush and Marshak said that when our teams and organizations develop, there's a greater level of awareness of self in the team, as an individual, as an organization. But they also go further to point to what Beyond pointed to, that our teams and our organizations are less reactive emotionally and more goal-directed. Would you sort of feel that? Would you agree that if your teams are working well, they're less reactive emotionally and they're more goal-focused? Sounds true, right? So our level of emotional well-being can be a tool to help us to know whether or not we are developing. Right? Sounds good? Our emotional well-being, if we will change, great, really comes from our emotions and, whoopsie, let's go back here. All right, I think we have the older slides here. That's all right. our emotions and well-being are very, very interesting things. They're very sensitive to change. As a matter of fact, anybody can guess the speed at which your emotions move through your brain? Seconds? Milliseconds? Yeah, it said anywhere between 10 to 30 milliseconds. What about thought? Anybody can guess how fast our thoughts move? Same thing? Try 10 times faster. What about speech? How long do you think it takes us to bring the words that we want to say out through our mouth? About 20 times about 20 times longer than it takes for us to bring our emotions out. The little message here is that emotions are quick, and they are quicker than our ability to consciously process them. And because they're quicker than our ability to consciously process them, what we find a lot of times, and most of us know this, is that long before we can control the worry, we get that sort of panicky look on our face. Or the funniness, we start to get our cheek starts to raise, and so our facial muscles start to move because our emotions are so much quicker than we can control them by thought. And because our emotions are so much faster than we can control them by thought, it is a very sensitive thing that we can use to be able to help us to understand how we're navigating change. Now, when our emotions are high, or when we have high emotional well-being, what we find is that we tend to have a lot of flurry of positive emotion. We tend to exhibit things like joy, happiness, and we feel contented, right? But on the other side of it, when our emotions or our emotional well-being is low, then what we find is that we tend to exhibit negative emotions, such as sadness, fear, worry, and so forth. The long and short of that is that there are very predictable ways to know whether or not our well-being is high or our well-being is low based on the type of emotions that are coming out. And because our emotions are so fast, because they occur at rapid speed, faster than our consciousness can actually change them, thank you, then what we find is that emotions and emotional well-being becomes a very sensitive indicator of whether or not we're navigating change well. Hence the story of emotional intelligence. The more we learn to deal with our emotions and deal with them in a way that creates a better experience for ourselves and others, then what we find is that our ability to create the type of change we want or experience change in a way we want then becomes more likely. What is all of this about? Change involves many tensions, many tensions, and you can all think of them very, very quickly. You know, what we experience when we need to learn versus being able to perform. What we experience when we need to move fast versus we need to think. What we experience when we need to be more efficient versus, allowing a person to say, hey, I'm neurodiverse, I need to, slow down a little bit and go through this at a different pace. There are so many tensions that we need to navigate, but important tensions that also come up is the tensions between emotions itself. Most of us understand that there are changes that we've been through that causes us to feel anxious and feel happy at the same time. Somebody's leaving, or I'm going off to college, I feel anxious, but at the same time I'm happy. And of course, the tensions continue between emotions of anger. All right. You'll get my emotions in a little bit. Anger or guilt, right? there are many emotions that tends to come up simultaneously for all of us as we go through the different phases of change. Now, so emotions and emotional well-being is very helpful in terms of making us work. It's very helpful for us to be able to know whether or not we're navigating change well because of the ease at which, the sensitivity at which we can know whether or not things are going positive or things are going negative by the type of emotions that come out. And so being able to see that, if I can change, yeah, here we go, great. Then the question comes to mind, can we nurture it in a way such that change becomes experienced in a more positive way versus a more negative way? And yes, of course, emotional intelligence can help us to be able to produce the type of emotions that leads to positive change. However, we also want to know whether or not, if change would have created a negative experience for us today, is there a way to nurture our emotional experience in such a way that the experience start to lead to a positive outcome for us, even though in a prior situation it may have led otherwise? This is nurturing our emotional well-being. Now, for some of you, you may be familiar with the mental health continuum, where we may be sliding from being injured or drowning, coming over to feelings of like we're surviving, performing, or we're thriving. Each of these come with different emotional states that allows us to either perform very well or sink into emotional ill-being, whether that be anxiety disorders, depression, or otherwise. Because let me just go here, sorry. Because these things are things that, I'm so sorry guys. Because these things are things, thank you. Because these are things that operate at our subconscious level in terms of emotions being generated. You can feel free to project it back, please. Thank you. Because these are things that originate at a subconscious level and have a very big impact on how we experience the changes we go through at work, at home, in our regular life. It is so important that we discover ways in which we can nurture the way in which our emotions is driving our well-being, whether that is driving us upwards with more positive experience or driving us downward towards drowning. And so what I want to leave with you is a way to nurture your well-being. Now, some of you may be familiar with the mood meter, and we are often guided to take a few moments and simply just check in with ourselves and say, what zone are we in? Anybody familiar with the mood meter? Okay. Well, you can look it up. I'm sure ChatGPT will give a little guide on it. But in its simplest form, you know, we will experience emotions that makes us feel happy, like, you know, feeling joyful, feeling contented. And so we may say that we're in a green zone. We may have emotions that we might have experiences, that makes us feel sad. And so we may say we're in the blue zone, yellow zone. The whole idea here is that using a mood meter, you can see the pattern of your mood over time, right? And being able to see the pattern of your mood over time, then you can make decisions as to how to respond to that state that you're in. But beyond tracking a pattern, how about just being able to change your mood in the moment? And Mark did a wonderful example of this earlier, and that can be done with mindfulness. Most of us are familiar with mindfulness. Awesome. So while what I went through a while ago was a bit of neurophysiology and trying to help you to get an appreciation of just how complex emotions are from a neurophysiological perspective, that, hey, you know, emotions and emotional well-being is something that's very difficult for any of us to change what we are going through right now and how we express it. but it's very sensitive because we can see it very quickly whether or not the person beside us is doing well or not. And because we can see it, we can do something about it. And each of us can begin with our own self by looking at how mindful we are. So I invite you to get familiar with mindfulness and mindfulness practices. A very simple one on your screen is to start to pause. Just simply pause, as you would have heard from Mark earlier, to just check in with self. And in being able to check in with self, how am I feeling right now, as we said in the mood meter, then we can do a few things that help us in that very moment to now start to shift our emotional experience to one that is positive. Now, we're going to do this very quickly. I know I'm out of time, but very quickly, we're going to do it. What I want you to appreciate here, because emotions are so quick and so fast, it takes time to change how they come out. Because they're really a compressed experiences, a compressed emoting of experiences that you've had over many, many years. And so to change the way in which you respond or emote to your past is not something that happens just, hey, I want to change it now. But what you'll find is that if you should have a practice that at the start of each day, instead of checking the phone, I do a start routine. Or when I end an exercise, like we end a session, we go to a stop routine. Then what you'll find is that your subconscious, your unconscious mind, start to process what you're experiencing emotionally differently because you've started to connect it to a different way of being. So here we go. We're going to do a quick start, right? So START, very simply, is an acronym that follows, as you see on your screen, STAND. And so when you start your session, you start your work day, you may choose first to just stand. And everybody just stand for me. And this, as a mindfulness exercise, is telling your brain to unplug, to disconnect. And in disconnecting, it's reminding your mind that there's something I want to do on intention. Mindfulness is all about setting and achieving intentions intentionally. And so when we stand, yes, intentions intentionally, right? Yes. And so we stand. And what we can do when we stand is that we can just quickly take a stretch to the sky. And we stretch. And when you stretch, you can go nice all the way around in a circle and come back around and stretch one more time. And of course, when you have time for this, you can actually do it with your breath, right? And we stand and we stretched. And then with T, we're going to take 3 breaths. Deep breath in. And we hold it for a little bit. And we may say 1 in our minds. And then out, nice and slow. And then deep breath in again. We hold it for a little bit. And in our minds, we can say 2. And then out, nice and slow. And we go deep breath in again. And we hold it for a little bit. And we can say 3. Out, nice and slow. So we've now disconnected. What we've just done is we've anchored. Now, this is a big and important thing with mindfulness. We need something to anchor to keep us on the path that we want to go. And so we're anchoring with our breath, and we're saying to our minds, every time I breathe, I want you to remember my intention. My intention is to have a high emotional well-being, or as I have it here, I want to transform my relationship with my emotions such that I'm improving my relationships with my co-workers or my communities so that I can make a better difference or a world that's more emotionally intelligent. It doesn't have to be that fancy, but you're reminding yourself, you're anchored with yourself that, hey, every time I breathe, I have this intention. And then, of course, what we want to do is to carry that intention forward. And so we begin by giving an action. And we heard the action of gratitude I will call it appreciation, or A, we look for one thing or two things that we can appreciate. And just invite you just to look around and say to yourself, what is one thing I appreciate in this moment? In your minds. You have set, awesome. Awesome. I give you a moment to appreciate. And so you've taken an anchor and you've turned that anchor into an action. You're now using mindfulness to now help you to carry forward a positive emotion versus any other emotion that will come at you as you exit the car door or you enter to hear the first story of the day. And then, of course, we can move over to our R. We can recite. And recital is just about, again, what do I want my state of mind to be? And I might want my state of mind to be calm. And so I might inhale, and instead of saying one, I might recite the word calm. And let's just do that just once, just to feel what it feels like. Deep breath in. And we hold it for a little bit. And we're just going to say the word calm. And as you say calm, just allow it to, your body to embody it as you exhale. And then finally we come to the T. We don't just want ourselves to experience the power of mindfulness. We want everyone around us to do it as well. And so we do the T, we transfer it to others. And so I want you just to think of the first person you're going to meet after you leave the session. The first person you're going to meet. Or you imagine yourself meeting after the session. And bring them to mind very vividly. And as you bring them to mind very vividly, some of them, you may greet them with a smile. But of course, you can send them a wish. I wish for you to be calm. I wish for you to be healthy. I wish for you to thrive. And so you transfer that emotional thought to others. And of course, we can invite you to all sit. I hope as a mindfulness exercise, it gave you a little tip of a routine that you can use to start your day, start your sessions, and in turn, transform your emotional well-being into a state that allows you to thrive versus survive.
Hello. Checking. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. Hi. So while I wait for the PowerPoint to come up, I'm not sure if the DJ can play any music. Okay, here it is. All right, there we go. So I've invited a very special guest to do my introduction today. All right, let's see if this pointer will give me any energy. Abracadabra. Yes, it worked.
我是加大莱克，15岁，新威牙买加科技大学的2年级学生。这是我在回忆前12小时的样子。我相信你们现在能看到现在的加大。嗨，加大，你会做得很好的，女孩。那么再见了，大家。现在的加大将开始接管。
You may be wondering if I can actually speak Mandarin. I cannot. Can anyone speak Mandarin or Chinese in here?
Hola a todos. Mi nombre es Yara Wright. Tengo 15 años y soy estudiante de segundo año en la Universidad de Tecnología de Jamaica. Yo, 12 horas antes de la conferencia. Estoy convencida de que pueden ver a la Jara actual con ustedes en este momento. Hola Jara actual, vas a brillar, chica. Bueno, adiós a todos. La Jara del presente tomará el control ahora.
And finally, one for our English speakers in here. If I click.
Hi everyone, my name is Jada Wright and I'm 15 years old and a second year student at the University of Technology, Jamaica. This is me 12 hours before the
Sunday Jada, here and ready. Click here. Right. Can I go back one? Yep, so I cannot speak Mandarin and I cannot speak Chinese, but using Rask AI, I was able to translate that video into 2 different languages. Just in case is there anyone who speaks a different language in here? And that just shows you the power of AI. In fact, that was after I completed 2 back-to-back tests. I got A's on both, by the way, so. But moving into the topic for today, one of my favorite quotes. All right. The tech team always here for us. One of my favorite quotes is, "The only constant in life is change," by Heraclitus. And isn't that so true? I mean, the simplicity in it is so profound. As a species, we've gone through nothing but centuries of change. We've gone through technological advancement after technological advancement, and each time we've had to adapt and become better. And isn't that exactly what we're going through right now? We're just going through the next big change, and we're asking ourselves, next slide. All right, what comes next? So what does come next? And I feel for us to look to the future, we first have to kind of take a blast to the past, which I know sounds weird coming from someone my age, but I still think it's important. And our blast to the past is to the calculator, because at some point, the calculator was a big technological advancement. I'm sure people will think about this like, wow, you can have something in your pocket and calculate 500 plus 55? This is insane. And it looks so simple now, but that was crazy. And I'm sure 50 years in the future, they'll be looking at us and thinking, people didn't use AI at some point? How did you survive? And I can look at my parents and ask them, what the heck is a game cartridge? But that just shows you how we're constantly changing. And with that change, I'm sure people were wondering, like, would a calculator impair our ability to be able to perform mental arithmetic? If we distribute it among students, does that mean they'll no longer be able to do math just without a calculator? And there is some truth to that. I cannot do incredibly complex math just mentally. However, give me a calculator, statistics question, in 5 seconds I'll be done. But that just shows you, with the calculator, we were able to move on from something simple and focus on higher level problems. We were able to focus on something more complex, just by carrying off that simple, repetitive task to a machine. And that brings me to my second point. Every technology has potential for both good and bad. There will always be the fear of misuse or overdependence, and that's just the truth. I mean, social media has done so much positively for the world, yet people still misuse it every day. Sometimes we honestly spend too much time on the phone. And similarly with AI, yes, it can help us, but even with the example my fellow panel member shared, students can use it to cheat. But the point is, are we going to let those losses or those fears stop us from discovering something great? Because the fact of the matter is, for my generation, I don't just see AI as a technology. It's a tool for transformation. It's a way for organizations to develop, processes to change, because it's our human innate drive to constantly be searching for better. We're constantly searching for better ways to approach problems. That's the reason why there are plastic containers. That's the reason why we're here today with cameras. We're constantly searching for roads on Kingston without traffic. Not getting through with that one, though, maybe someday. But the point is, our world is evolving for the better, and we have to adapt. But with every change, there's going to be resistance, adaptation, and eventually acceptance. With AI, we're currently at the resistance stage, but the faster we can get to adaptation, the better off we'll be in the future. And one of my favorite examples of resistance, adaptation, and acceptance is Plato. So I'm sure we've all heard of Plato. He was an ancient Greek philosopher, introduced many philosophies, excellent guy. But at some point, he thought the advent of writing would erode human memory and wisdom, which basically means he thought by having written text, we wouldn't be able to retain information. Can you imagine what we would do if we did not have textbooks? But that just shows you, for every big change, there's always an initial resistance to new technologies. And that just stems from the fear that this new technology will somehow take away from what makes us human. Let's see if I can change this. Abracadabra. Okay, open sesame. Did it work? It did. But the most important thing is, can you imagine where we'd be without textbooks? Can you imagine where we'd be without calculators? Someday they'll imagine where we'd be without artificial intelligence. We cannot let the fear of what we can lose overcome the possibilities of what we can gain. And there is so much to be gained. And as a Gen Alpha, we've kind of been adapting our whole lives. I think it's the reason why change is not so much of a fear factor for us. I remember one day, the day ChatGPT released their image rendering update, where now you can see text on an image perfectly. Even though my mom was at the time in a conference, I immediately texted her like, "Mom, have you seen this? This is insane." And this is what I created on that day. Ta-da! This is an idea for a comic book I've had in my head for months, and I consider myself to be a creative person, but I cannot draw anything. My maximum drawing capabilities go as a stick figure, and it doesn't even look good, guys. But using that new feature, if you see a gift shop is in perfect text, a couple months ago that was not possible. Isn't it insane how things are just so rapidly changing for the better? And now I have an outlet for my creativity. I can show this as an implementation of what I'm thinking, even though I can't actually draw. And this took me, it does take longer, but it took me about, I think, 3 minutes and 1 prompt to create this. And to give you another, I hope you like the design. Maybe I'll turn it into a real comic book someday. Was there a slide before this, I think? Yes. I think one of them is missing. No? All right. Okay, I'm on a time limit, so I'll keep on going. But the interface between machine and humanity is changing. How that is changing, you can see it in sustainability. And sustainability, I'm not referring to the planets on this one. I mean sustainability in terms of our lives. Like sustainability in terms of living a fulfilling life. Being fulfilled not just in your job, but holistically, mentally, emotionally, socially. And I think in my generation, that's kind of what we're searching for, that sustainability. And I think AI is the way that we're going to be able to achieve it. It can take care of those stressful, mundane tasks so we can focus more on what makes us human. Like, I can focus on being a better daughter. My mom can have more time for me and my older brother. Trust me, if you see her, you'd have no idea she has a kid who's 19. But you can focus more on building deeper connections with the people around you. And that's what I feel AI is. It can either drain our humanity, drain our core values, or it can amplify them. It just depends on how you approach it. Let's see if I can go here. And another amazing thing about AI is it levels the playing field. How many times have you had to say, someday I'll do this, or someday I'll do that, or someday when the circumstances are right, I'll achieve this? Well, AI can make that someday today. It can help us focus not just on the urgent, repetitive, mundane tasks, but focus on what is important. Things that fulfill us, pursuing our passions, making an impact on our country and the world. In fact, this is one of my some days. I've always wanted to learn Chinese, so using Canva AI, I created this flashcard app to help you practice some common Hanzi. If you see the implementation there, this took me 3 minutes to create, and it's always been my dream to make something like this. If you look at it, yeah, it shows you how you've completed all the flashcards, your progress, you're still learning. When I asked for the design, I said it should be girly, but also tropical. I think it kind of achieved the essence of my prompt. And this is my mom.
All right, so welcome. We're going to be doing a presentation on, and I want to just see how this is working. Let's see.
So that is my mom. She was trying out a new record your screen feature, and this was the result. We watched this video 20 times. It's very funny. But it just shows you, just explore new opportunities, try new technologies. And most importantly, we have to set the right boundaries. Setting the right boundaries doesn't just mean setting laws and regulations, even those are very important. It also means setting boundaries personally. Like, yes, I have a calculator, but I feel like it's my human responsibility to know how to calculate 5 times 11. And yes, ChatGPT can write essays, but I feel it's my responsibility to know how to express myself in written language. And that's exactly the point. We have to set boundaries as humans or as society and sit down and discuss, where does we draw the line and where do we cross the line? I think that's one of my favorite parts about AI. We're at an earlier stage, so this is the perfect time to be having these conferences, having these conversations. And as humans, it's very important to challenge ourselves. I feel like that's the most important thing we can never afford to be lost. Challenging ourselves to be better, challenging ourselves to seek new solutions, to never just be completely content with the present, but always be looking to innovate the future. Okay. Yeah, and once we set those boundaries, once we open our mind to the possibilities, we can honestly accomplish anything. And those possibilities will only expand as our imagination expands. The connection, this is my last point because I know I have to wrap up soon, but the connection between humans and machines has evolved dramatically. See if we can go here. What if AI didn't just do tasks for us, but actively taught us emotional skills, such as recognizing signs of stress or helping mediate conflict? I'm sure we've all probably sent a message into ChatGPT and asked it to write a tactful response at least once. Sometimes you know you have the emotion you're trying to convey, but it's difficult to put that into just one sweet message. Imagine emotionally intelligent AI tools in classrooms, workplaces, homes, actively enhancing our capacity to connect with others, enhancing our ability to be human. In fact, I asked ChatGPT I told him I was angry at a team member, but to respond to me as a friend. This was its response. It was, "Ugh, I hear you, girl. And it's okay to feel that way. Take a breath for a sec. You don't have to bottle it up, but let's make sure whatever move you make next actually helps you, not hurts you. Want to tell me what happened so we can figure out the best way to handle it together?" I mean, isn't that just such a perfect response to your friend telling you they're angry? I could never come up with that on my own. But it's just showing me, like, maybe if someone texts me next time they're angry about something, I could be a bit more compassionate. I could give them the room and the opportunity to just talk and express themselves before just asking them or pressuring them into telling me. Let's see if I can get... And this is the future I envision, and I think my generation envisions. And technology not just working for us, but working with us in collaboration to make us better people, to make this world better. And yes, my conclusion, change is constant. But you know what's also constant? Our human adaptation to change. We kind of just have to focus on that adaptation, focus on the positive. See, I think I have one more slide. And remember, the future isn't about technology replacing us. It's about technology empowering us. I would not be a member of my generation if I did not end with these last two words. So, peace out, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give our panelists another round of applause. I also want to thank every single person in this room for remaining calm, riding out the storm. That's the time. Very, very grateful. A lot of pertinent information have been shared here. And I don't think it would have been a conversation if we don't have the opportunity to hear from the audience. So, mics, I am opening up the floor for at least 2-3 questions for any member of the panel from the audience. Any questions from the audience? Okay, what I'll ask the CARICO team to do tomorrow, please make the social media handles for our panelists available to the audience so they can send emails, they can, if they wish, call, or just share information and seek advice. So on that regard, we are going to end this session. I thank you. I appreciate every single one of you for remaining here. And there's much, much, much more that needs to be accomplished for day 2. So that's our segment for the panel discussion. I will now hand over back to Althea, our MC. Thank you.
Boy, I tell you, give them another round of applause. I just sat there in awe of what I heard here today. But you know what I want you to do as well? Give yourselves a round of applause. Those of you who have remained in the room, now you know you're looking on your program and the program is saying we should have done already. But you're all sitting in here because clearly this is something from which you're benefiting. And sometimes, in order to reap the full reward from something, you have to put in the time, make the time for it. Put your hands together once again for the panel. I'm going to invite Ian to come up. Audley, is Audley in the room? Should I send the microphone to you, or are you going to make you have it down there? Or so go ahead and say the words that I think you're going to tell them thanks, right? Right, so go right ahead while Ian comes with the gifts.
Thanks, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful set of gems and everything else that we have gotten from this wonderful panel. It is therefore with unbounded pleasure and my delightful duty to profoundly thank the panel, the thank moderator, Mr. Mark Davis, and thank Mrs. Alika Shuttleworth, Mrs. Gina Tomlinson Williams, Dr. Ida Thompson, and Ms. Data Wright. We have had many perspectives from this panel. Because the time is past, I won't go through them. But I heard you love that Maxim from our last presenter has said, adaptability is key. So, with all these gems and all these projections and all these calming matters, because Dr. Thompson taught us a lot about mindfulness. Mrs. Tomlinson taught us that if we don't adapt, we'll be left behind. So let us embrace what we have learned today. And let me thank you for being a wonderful audience this afternoon.
All right, thank you so very much, Audley Vaughan. And so we say thanks to Mark Davis, Anika Shuttleworth, Gina Tomlinson, Dr. Aisha Thompson, and Jada Wright. Put your hands together for them. Jada, I must tell you, I'm very impressed. First of all, I was trying to wrap my mind around this whole idea of Generation Alpha, but girl, you just threw it down, threw it out, and I'm ready to learn more from Generation Alpha. Great job. Ah, bless you. Thank you so very much. And that's the way it should be. We are older. There are things that we can teach this generation. They are younger. There are things that they need to teach us so that we can wrap our mind around these changes that are taking place, that some of us are trying. We're in a tug-of-war with it, but we need to embrace it and just move forward, because that is what is happening in this world around us. All right, so we thank all of our panelists. I am going to invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to stay in your seats. And let me tell you why. We have a gentleman coming to us who is going to engage us and give us a belly full of laughs before we get out of here. But there is some house cleaning that I need to do. Let me see the hands of all the people who are in here very early this morning. And some people have already left. Some of you would have been, and I understand because I was having conversation with some of you, you'd have had the impression that the team from CODN and CARICODE, they were tardy in terms of sorting out the space. So not so. There was a function in this room last night. We were told that they would have vacated the space by 2 a.m. At 6 this morning, they were still in the space. They were just breaking down. And so for those of you who came in and you were of the impression that it was tardiness on the part of the organization, we really want to apologize. It is not the fault of CARICODE or CODN. It is something over which they had no control, and it contributed greatly to the late start of the proceedings. And so I hope you take that and you understand that, listen, and particularly those of you who have been to conferences before, you know that this is not what normally happens. All right, so make sure that you come out in your numbers tomorrow. We're going to get off to an early start, and we're going to just enjoy ourselves. So thank you so very much for your patience, your understanding. And for those of you who came forward and said, but wait, something not right. What is going on? We thank you so very much for that. And I see some of you still in the room, and we thank you for the suggestion. In fact, people said, please just apologize, because if you don't do that, then people are going to leave with the impression that it was something that the team did. Mrs. Ilsa DuVernay and her team, they work and operate at the highest professional standards possible. Right? So we thank them so very much. Come forward, Richard. What, you clean up on aisle 13?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our final act for today. Leighton Smith is a Jamaican comedian, actor, and educator known for his unique deadpan delivery. And I wonder why they use that word. Insightful humor. From St. Elizabeth, folks, country boy. Yes? Smith's comedic journey began in his community, where he was inspired by the rich tapestry of local stories and characters. Now, his formal introduction to comedy came in 2006. You remember how? With what? It was the Comedy Bus. You remember that? That competition? Where he finished 4th place. Now, this experience propelled him into the comedy scene and leading to performances in various international venues, including the USA, England, and the Cayman Islands. I could tell you a lot more about this gentleman, but this evening, to close off with this social commentary, we invite the Honorable. He's a pastor, by the way. He's not just a comedian. He's a pastor. And guess what? He's a teacher. Put your hands together and let us make welcome Mr. Leighton Smith. Minister, show him going to perform with that, they clap. That sounds much better. Thank you.
That's a part of the comedy. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Good evening, everyone. When you have a comedian coming to speak at functions like this, you have to be careful. Trying to get my foot in with this AI. And I was saying to myself, who is going to pay AI for being such a brilliant person? A little boy at my church, he not read well. But my birthday was in July. And he sent me a nice birthday wish. Some word in there I could even pronounce it. And I said, but things and time change. Me like him improvement. So I call him. He's about 12. I said, I'm impressed with your greetings. I love the wishes. He said, I know me. Aye. So it is helping, not just. And I wish my mother was around to get familiar with AI, because growing up when we watching television, she never normally turn it off with the thing that is designed. She just drag it out. Because we grew up those ways. And I wish some of the elders who used to give directions still around, to know that they can sit in a vehicle and just hear something until it's a turn so. And sometimes you ask some junk man, you get a direction, you'd end up in hell if you follow them. And they are so convinced that what they are saying, really makes sense. So I want to put your hands together for the organizers. I love AI. It is helping me. We live? Me can't say this on live, You can omit this part, please. Because the principal must be saying, but Mr. Smith, you're doing well this term. You have all your lesson plans intact. Me. From start to finish, my lesson plan them put down, and I just bring them in. She said, but you're going well. Me. Go and wish well. Thanks to AI. It is here, so we have to use it. If nobody not using it, what do you think going to happen? It are going to leave. So let us just use it up. A friend of mine, I was doing a show at Jamaica. Hundreds of students who are going to graduate from college. And I'm the MC. My phone ring. I had to step out of the function. My answer. A lady excitingly tell me that she just called to tell me that she's a proud owner of a funeral home. I say, so this is body you want to start with? But that's not what the thing that really shook me up is when she called to ask me if I can give her a name for it. Me say, ask AI. You will get some names right there. You just want type in and everything. So things and time really what? Change. And we have to just embrace change while it comes. I was saying to somebody the other day that when you're growing up and you're getting old, you don't have to worry about barber again. Your age will trim you. I don't have to help you with that, you know. Sometimes some people keep them head bald and I really say they want to keep it bald, you know. Nothing much not there anymore. Brother Richard is not you I'm speaking to, yeah. That's how you normally transport his. Huh? How you line it up? Sometimes it really just left online, you know. You just go about. But we have to talk these things, ladies and gentlemen. Things just move so fast, Mrs. Locke, that in about 10 years from now, can you imagine when people are rob people? The conversation is going to be different. Top or insert. Savings are checking. You see? We have to put everything into it, you know. It is going to be a serious thing. That's why when I stop at any machine, any ATM, and anyone call to me nicely before I go in, I change. I don't use it. Because you know, coming back out, that same person is going to greet you. And they big you up to you know. They tell you that they don't know you know, but you're the boss around here, you know. Really look up to you, know, the money, you know, so you're not going there. Because our Jamaicans, them different. People in Jamaica is a helpful place, you know. It's a helpful place. And I'm sorry, I did not really know my grandmother and grandfather by my mother's side. But I wish they were around in the AI era. Because I'm thinking that what could have been happening that two persons have 17 children together? If AI was around, I think they would only have my mother alone. But not having anything to keep you active, you want to do other things. So we are happy for AI. You can be sitting there and talking to people all over the world. So you don't really need to get into certain things. So we are happy for AI. And I'm really proud that how the police can give you a ticket now. If you have to talk fast when them stop you. Because if you stay long, you're going to see something to run out so like cash register. Tell what, me get a ticket, man. Don't make them walk with the license, you know. As they must step off, you know, you say, officer, 1 minute. For if they move, we are living in an era where the ticket just run out by you. Gone are the days when you take pictures, it take a while for you get it. Now instant. Everything is just to the point. We have smart TV, but them can't talk still. But they are smart. Everything come smart. Smartphone, smart this. Anything smarter? Smart watch. Anything else? Smart car. Glasses. Smart house. You can talk to your house. So can you imagine now, my friend, you are coming from work and you are very tired. You could ask your house to come and meet you. I'm on the boulevard coming down. I feel I'm going to fall asleep. Come and meet me down here. And everything is online now. You know that, right? Everything is online. You can buy clothes online. And because of that, many people going into selling now. Selling clothes. You pass some place, you see a house, you see somebody have a shirt and a pants and a little something at the gate. You know, says online shopping gone bad. Because when you buy the things and them come down too big, you just sell it back, figure back, go buy again. So everything is good, but it's how you use it, right? Rum is good, but some persons are resting because of it. That is how you use it. And I grew up in St. Elizabeth, where the Appleton Estate was right next door to my house. Boy, me did have to become a comedian. I have seen drunk men, and the church sisters there used to go to fasting every Wednesday to ask the Lord to save their husband. And sometimes they be praying a long while, and it's like they're not getting any answer. And I remember one sister took matters in her hand and deal with it. She went to her doctor and said, I'm going to send my husband here. When him come, as him step in, tell him, say, if him ever put a next rum glass, I'm fierce, him a go blind. She go home, go coax him. When last you get a checkup? The checkup, man. Him go. As him step in, doctor look on him. From her see that you're drinking. But let me tell you something. If you ever put another rum glass to your face, you're blind instant. And come home. The evening when the gone already, him sit inside. Now move. She passed and looked upon him and said, wait, you not go road, me good. Every minute she passed, checking out what happened, me good. All of a sudden, he get up and grab him bicycle and ride off, head straight to the bar. And he went in his friends, they were well heavily involved already. So him not order anything, him just sit down and look. So bartender knows a man will drink enough. So what happened you not order? Sit down and look. All of a sudden he said, give me a round. They serve him. And put the glass down. And the man look upon it. Man look upon it. And just take it up and closing eye and say, bye-bye sight. Well, he's still seeing now. But I say that to let us know that I have a death in my family. And I realize that AI need to help us with this. Because funeral now, when somebody died, miss, and you see family crying, is not much of them miss the person. It's the amount of people to feed. So, people plan when people dead, how them are going to eat and drink. Especially when they have quite a number of family members overseas. Them clean out them craw. So, a friend of mine have somebody died. Daughter of America, son, everybody. People clean out them craw for them to come down. And Mrs. Lack, if you notice that grave digging now is bigger than funeral. So everybody plan for the grave digging. The daughter came down, son came down. So them plan for them. Them plan for them too. This Saturday morning when the grave supposed to dig photographer. The people get ready to go eat and drink. When them look, them see one back hole. And go over yard and drop. And dig a hole and gone. So the people them vex. So if they never good enough, she go to the grave digging, them now go to the funeral, like it hurt the people them. So I'm coming up with a plan now before I lay my cousin to rest. I realize now, Madam MC, that when you go to a wedding, the last thing that happens is when the MC asks the bride to have the tossing of the bouquet. Anybody catch it? You know he's going to get married next. I have a plan, you see. I go make sure the day of that funeral, I go ask the pastor when we get to the graveside. Nobody wants to stay for eat, you know. I go ask him to have the tasting of the wreath. Now, can you imagine you're talking to somebody, not paying any attention when the pastor announced the tossing of the reed, and when them dash it, it drop on you. Whether you go dead or not, you go dead, you know. For you go fret till it just go off, you know. Now, as a comedian, AI has taught me a lot. That some people, when they come comedy show, they don't laugh. We thank God for AI because we can download laugh. And also, if you know one clap, we also can download clapping. It is there. So everywhere you take it, you cannot avoid AI. So they tell you what, just work with it. It is here, so let us continue to use it. In closing, we are about to go to fight the traffic now because it is out there waiting for us, whether you like it or not. And the traffic, you can meet friends in there, you know. And gentlemen, those who are single, if you want to meet ladies, those who are single, there's a way to meet them. You don't have to start a long conversation. Just lick them vehicle. You get every information. Telephone number, address. And a matter of fact, you don't have to call her. She will call you. And say, I thought you would call me. And then you can join with the song to say, we found love in a hopeless place. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful evening.
Me laugh till me tired. Leighton Smith, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him. So, I doubt Leighton will remember my daughter because he has taught so many people over the years, but he actually is one of her favorites when she was at Dunrobin Prep School. That's a gift. Come back up here. We're kind to everybody. And it is good to be able to laugh. It's good to experience joy. I wonder how many of us are going to be tossing wreaths at funerals or calling out the services of the backhoe for the grave digging. Come, Richard.
Look, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but that was more than a bellyful. And if he Can you imagine if him they go on a little longer? But we are grateful, Mr. Smith, Pastor Smith, Teacher Smith, comedian. We are very grateful for your coming here and taking the time. Yes.
You missed the professor.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And let me tell you what the professor come about. Diane Silvera, she's an actress.
Yes.
They had booked her to MC something at the university of the West Indies for the lecturers. When she go up, her name the pani as comedian. So Diane called me, said, "Late me in a trouble." Me say, "Where?" She up at UWI. See me come up here now and they have me down as comedian to get joke. Me can't get joke. Ask this one time I run come. So me go up. And me sit up front. Pure lecturers in there, you know. And me sit up front. So Diane now, I introduced me and put Professor Pani. So me go up and me do my routine and me go back go sit down. One professor from, I think, India somewhere was sitting at the front. So she turned to me and said, "Where did you train?" "Harvard. I need your contact so you can come and have some of my session with me." So me give her my contact. But you never pray and say, "I hope my phone never ring." But God answer prayer, it never rings. So from that day, I hold that title because I got it up by you.
Yes. Oh, I must go back at the mic. No, without any further ado, sir. Yes. And the honorable too. You need to get a good honorary doctoral, one of those. And it can happen too at the University of the West Indies, as a matter of fact. In fact, that professor, I hope she call you, because I think that could work out for you too. Yes?
That's true.
Yes. That's true. Yes. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. Oh, this way?
And your answer.
Are you get your work?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we've come to the end of day one. Are you ready for day two? It's going to be lit. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Ian, come, brother, come. I'm sure you have a few words to say before we wrap up and send them home and invite them to come back tomorrow and all kinds of wonderful things. This is why I love doing this, because there's no way I can leave out of here without a lot of joy in my heart. It is so good. It's about the networking. It is about the information that we've gathered. It is about learning that we have to laugh at ourselves. Yeah. Take bad thing, make laugh. What a thing, wreath tossing. Go, Ian.
Thank you very much, Althea. And of course, as Althea just mentioned, we do have some exciting stuff tomorrow. And so we are imploring you to make tomorrow another date. You'll be in for a treat. And believe me, we're going to have an after party. Yeah? So come with your dancing shoes and just come for Billa vibe, because we will get more EI and AI, but we will also be I'm trying to find something for dancing with I in it. But dancing has I in it, right? So we come tomorrow ready to enjoy the session. Safe travel home. DI. Yeah, dancing intelligence. Right. And so we will do that tomorrow. Please be safe. Get home safely. Come back here tomorrow ready for some more learning. All right? God bless you. Thank you.
I'm not saying another word. I don't think I need to say anything else. It was just fun being with you today, and I look forward to coming back to you tomorrow. Please do enjoy the rest of your evening.